Yeah, and I don't know why my Outlook is not working right now. Of course.
Everybody's people are already hopping on. So I see everybody's coming in. Hey guys, how are y'all already here? Okay. Oh, they're in the waiting room is what it is. I was like, what? Okay, let me see waiting room.
Okay, so I see it in the main meeting. Hold on, I need to restart my computer. This is stupid.
Okay, I'm gonna put her video on. Ask to start video. And I'm gonna make her a host. Unmute. Well, I'll mute her. And I could start her. Hey, oh, there she is.
You need to just pay attention, Lillian. Oh, okay.
Why is it
Can I
not?
help you right
Oh,
now,
you know
Lillian?
what? I don't think I have. Oh yeah, no wonder. Okay, there it is.
Oh hey.
Hey guys, I'm unmuting you. Hang on just a second.
Awesome.
Hi.
Hello.
You're like on so early. You're like super excited or what?
I am. I'm like, this is awesome. I'm freaking out more about the technology piece than anything.
But your hair looks good like that. It looks good.
Well, this is called, I haven't fixed it in a month. So it's like, wow, this is great.
Look at my hair. I'm like putting it in a ponytail.
It's humid out. So it's like, so I'm like, we're just going to roll with that. That's easy.
That's funny. Okay, I'm going to have to make sure everybody can get in. People are starting to come into the waiting room, so that's good. All right.
Cool.
Stacy, can you hear me?
I can hear you too. How are you doing,
Okay.
Linda?
I'm good. Do you want me to have this microphone on or?
Yeah, you're perfect. You can be
Yeah,
good.
perfect. Okay, good.
However you want to do it.
All right, great.
Are you hopping on, babe, or what? Do you want me to just email you do you want me to email you the link or what? I'm hanging up with him. He's like, how do you get on? And I'm like, you are the husband.
Oh my gosh, because no, don't even start. My oldest comes in here and he's like, whoa, mom, this is cool. I'm like, all right, go back upstairs. Your hubby's away, right? Is everybody gone right now?
New York. Yeah, he's in New York. I'm gonna make you guys co-hosts. Okay. So what that means is like if I happen to fall off, if something, you guys still have controls and stuff. Okay.
Okay, cool.
So just so you know, because it's like, Pete is not here and stuff. So just in case, and then we have to keep an eye on the waiting room and just admit. You guys can help me to do that because I always forget to do that.
Okay.
See where it says admit, so at 5 o'clock we'll just admit. I'll keep an eye out.
How do we do that? Just by looking at the participants or something?
You guys see the participant? Yeah, you can click on participant.
Oh, I see. Admit. Oh, okay, cool.
So you admit. You can just admit all if you see anybody. Because now and then if you see Whitney, you admit her, and then you can make her a co-host too. I mean, I'll keep an eye on it, and my husband's going to be here too, watching too. But just in case, And then just in case one of us falls off, and if something happens, we can just come right back onto this link.
Awesome.
Right? Same link, same password. It's just that sometimes it doesn't really happen very often, but every once in a while, technology just goes crazy. And
yes, I know. That's what I told my husband. What if the internet goes? I'm like, oh, get the wireless card as backup. I don't know.
Exactly. Pete's like, set up another computer just in case. And I was like,
you're like, we're just gonna roll with it, Pete. We'll be good.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. We're women. We can handle this.
That's our whole life, right?
Exactly. I'm like, so okay.
Hey, I just hung pictures just for you guys. This is the first time.
Yeah, so from 5 to 6. So basically what happens from 5 to 6 is I call it the mastermind before the main meeting.
Okay.
And then people just I just kind of talk about whatever and just go off on tangents and stuff like this.
Cool.
People will ask questions like, well, what about this? And what about this? Oh, and also you can pull up the Q&A. Let's see. Actually, there's no Q&A.
That's what I was going to ask you about, because Noah's like, you should ask this. I'm like, I know GoToMeeting so well. And I'm like, Zoom, I don't know where that is. So I was like, looking.
This is actually in the meeting section. It's chat.
Okay.
And let me see. How do we do breakout rooms? I wonder how I do that. I'm going to figure that out too.
Yeah, that's really cool. I just did a 4-day seminar and we were broken up into groups of 2 or 3 or 6. It works out really well.
I love that. That's awesome, especially for right now.
Yeah, so
I
gotta
felt like
figure-
I was on a Netflix dating site or something, you know?
And then share screen, if you're gonna do a presentation, so share screen is under security.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
All right, so rename themselves, enable chat, and then let me see, is this break? Multiple participants can share simultaneously. Advanced sharing options, no. One participant, only who can share? Only host, or you're a co-host, so I think you should be able to share, but if not, then I'll undo this. So
Oh, I
do
see.
you
I
guys see
wasn't-
that in
wasn't
security
planning to-
sharing
okay.
or no? Share screen under secure. Are you? Because I know you're not going to do anything, but
Yeah, I have PowerPoint, so I see share screen. So I
okay, so you
got
should be
that.
able to share screen. Okay,
And
good.
I think like once, I'm just gonna figure out that when the time rolls. I'm like, I know to hit share screen, and then I'm gonna say, can you guys see that? Okay, great. And then we're gonna hope that everything's up there.
Okay.
And I actually practiced last night. I was laughing because I called Noah's sister and our good friend. I'm like, all right, let me just play with this to see like what's coming in and does this make sense? So,
Okay, cool, awesome. Okay, and then what's
oh, I see the chat now. I got you.
chat's here. Everybody's here. Zoom group chat. We don't have. Okay. We'll admit everybody once they start coming in. I'm gonna just keep my Facebook up just to make sure. Here, hang on, let me see. Get this.
You can just click admit all if you want to, if you want everybody in at once.
Yeah, exactly. Just put do that. And let's see. Let me see. My husband's texting me. Let me see what he's saying. Okay, my husband said he's in the whatchamacallit, so, meeting room. I don't see him in the meeting room. 7 people are waiting. How do I see everybody? Uh-oh. Well, I guess I can just admit all.
Oh, he's there. He's there. He just popped up.
Yeah, there he is. Okay. All right, people are starting to come on. Everybody's starting to come on. Hey, guys. All right, welcome to the party. If you can hear me, say hi, okay, in the chat. In the group chat. Everybody's here. Say hi. Keto's here. All right, Glenwell, my husband. Let me make him into a co-host as well. Okay, he's there. Okay. Oh, who's this person? Glenwell put himself on video. Or no, I put the wrong person on video. Hey, Glenwell, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
Hi.
Hello.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I think I got that. Everybody's on mute, so nobody can say hi, but essentially you can go in the chat. Okay. All right. So everybody's here. So we're slowly getting on. So, okay. So, Linda, say hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi, Christy, say hi.
Hello.
Big party, so everybody's just hanging out. And if you want to put the camera off at any time or mute, you can do that. Okay, guys. And so everybody's here. It's going to be a great night tonight. Welcome to the Southland Area. I'm Stacy Rossetti. If you don't know me, thank you so much for coming and hanging out the Southland Area. I know we have a lot of new members coming in tonight as well too. So essentially, the way it's going to go tonight is it's at 5 o'clock. It's the mastermind before the main meeting. All right. So what that means is that we're going to be just talking about all things, like any type of challenges, issues, anything that you're having in the real estate world. You can put those questions into chat. So basically, the way it works is if you guys could just take a few minutes to introduce yourself in to everybody. Say, okay, like, hi, I'm like, Glenwell, I'm a newbie. I haven't done any deals, or I have done deals, or whatever you've done. It's going to introduce like what you've been up to, essentially. So I know. And then if you have any type of challenges or anything like that you want help with, then you put it into the chat. All right. And then we will help you. And who keeps coming on and coming on video? So let me figure that out. Am I not? Stop video. Hang on. Video setting. Or maybe that's Pete. I bet you that's my husband playing around with the videos and stuff. Okay, all right. So other than that, so introduce yourself in the chat, please. So tell me who you are, what you're doing, what you're working on, what type of deals that you've done, or what type of deals you're interested in learning about, any challenges that you're having right now, and then this kind of a thing. And I'm going to go into participants. I'm going to just, yeah, no, this is it. And we'll get started here in just a second. Security, yeah, let's just do that. Okay, now I've disabled the waiting room, so everybody will just come in automatically. So I think that'll be better. Okay, you guys have to talk in the chat. I don't see anything in the chat. So you guys, everybody has to introduce themselves. This is the rule. I own the South Atlanta RIA, so I get to make up the rules, and that's one of the rules. All right, so introduce yourself, because the only way that this mastermind works is if you tell me what you're working on or what challenges that you have so that we can help you to solve your problem. All right, so the only person I see in the chat right now is hi from Keto. Does anybody see anything else? Okay, here it is. Glenn is saying, I'm a home inspector. Okay, nice to meet you, Glenn. All right, good. What else? Everybody, so Ed, introduce yourself. Who else is here? I can't see because it's going too much. Yeah.
All right, I'm Ed Cox.
So I'm a new investor. Keto, you are not a new investor looking to learn. What are you putting that for? Okay, so I know Keto. That's why he's writing this. Ed, how are you getting permission to do your videos? Okay, yeah, don't put your videos on. I gotta figure that out too then. Video settings. Okay, here. No. Display. Okay, hang on, y'all. I'm figuring this out. I'm still trying to figure out, just like y'all, trying to figure out Zoom. Always show video dialogue, not hide non-video participants, spotlight my video. No, this is not it. I don't know how to do this. Maybe Pete can figure this out. Dear, can you please figure this out for me? Which is try to make sure that people cannot put their videos on, okay, and their mics on. I know there's like a setting, but I don't know how to do that. Okay, all right, what else? Okay, I'm closed. I'm closed on a couple of rental houses for Atlanta and looking to get into my next project property. Okay, awesome. Nice to meet you, Keating. Congratulations. Awesome. Okay, so that's a good question. That's a good question then right now. Is it a good time to buy rental properties? What do you think? Is now going to be a good time to buy rental properties? Linda, what do you think?
Yeah, that's been my forte for 20 plus years. People always need a place to live. You know, there are people that have lost their jobs, and hopefully unemployment will kick in and those subsidies will kick in, but there's plenty of people that still are working and still have regular jobs. So I think there will be more and more motivated sellers, especially the people that do not know how to manage their properties and do not know how to manage their tenants. And so I think we could pick up some really good deals that way. But I think it's a good time.
What do you think, Christy?
I agree with Linda. I think it's always a good time. There's always going to be a pocket of people that just never buy and always want to rent, whether it's millennials, people downsizing. And I think I agree with the push for people selling rental property, especially the baby boomers, because those are a lot of what I buy from that manage them themselves, don't want the headache, and are now probably going to get to a point where they realize, I don't even want to deal with this anymore, especially since all this stuff is going on with, you know, evictions being delayed and I think if people were considering selling their properties before, it's going to open the market for a lot of stuff coming on the market, but people always rent, whether it's short-term, long-term, great business.
I agree. So I think essentially in the United States right now, hands down, there is a shortage of housing. Yes. There really is a shortage of housing, right? And especially affordable housing, right? There's really a huge issue with this going on right now. So I still feel even in the downturn, I mean, especially in the downturn, rentals are going to be like even more lucrative and even more important than probably all of the different niches combined, right? So yeah, so I think any type of buy, especially in a downturn, any type of buy and hold is always going to be important. And
I think I was just on a mastermind yesterday and of apartment owners, And they're saying if you could be in the B areas, you know, upper working class, middle class, because the A buyers, they may decide they only have one income, so they want to go down to B. But if you've got C or D and they're the most risky, unfortunately, for having a job, that's going to be a challenge. Unless, of course, you've got subsidies, Section 8, or some other subsidy that can maintain it. But that's why we have RIAs, right? To get trained on how to do things properly, how to manage your tenants properly, how to stay in communication with them. And that's how we'll get through it.
So, and Linda, introduce yourself, because I know you
Oh,
focus a lot on condos. So talk about kind of what you do as well too, so everybody knows who you are.
Yeah, sure. My name is Linda. I'm like Stacy, I own the Connecticut Real Estate Investors Association for about 15 years, retired from there about a year and a half ago. We moved here thinking we'd be here for 6 months. We're here longer because we don't want to go back yet. But yeah, my whole portfolio has been condominiums and small, like 1 to 6 unit apartment buildings. I've done a lot of creative financing. I've been private lender, and condos. I found that a lot of people that have no experience in rehabbing, that's their first project to learn how to rehab. Also, people that have full-time jobs, it's excellent because you don't have to worry about mowing the lawn or the day-to-day maintenance, and you can just focus in on collecting passive income.
So do you do like a lot of creative deal structuring when you buy condos?
As much as I can, and I think, look, it's been a really strong market for the past few years, so people can get what they want. But as we see, condos do tend to fluctuate with the market, and you can't always sell on the day that you want to. So somebody like us can come in and make those deals. And as Christy was saying, a lot of baby boomers are the ones that go into condos, and also the baby boomers on the other end, but the kids, the young people, both ends of the spectrum are buying. And so when you partner up with somebody, you start having children, you realize the condo is too small and you may want to move, and it may not be convenient to move. So people like ourselves can go in and structure a deal that is a win for them and a win for us.
What do you think about, what do you think about, let's see. Somebody was saying, okay, I'm a newbie from the South Area, sound problems. Hopefully it's on your end. I don't know. I'm not having any sound problems. Is anybody else having sound problems? I'm not having any sound problems. Okay, good. Okay, you guys, you have to keep introducing yourself. So as you come in and introduce yourself, and then tell us kind of what your challenges are, what issues that you're having, and what you're working on right now, so we know exactly what to be talking about, so we can answer any questions that you have. So this is basically the mastermind before the meeting, which means like any type of questions, anything that you have, we can focus on that. And then that way we can keep moving you forward. You don't get stuck. All right. So as I can see through here, Alan, Brian, Deb, Deanna, Ramel, okay, who else? Robin, Shawnette, Rich, introduce yourself so everybody kind of knows who you are. You can talk in the chat as much as you want to talk, essentially. Like you can ask any questions, you can give us any tips and tricks, anything like that you guys have found that might help and help everybody else out as well too. That's where you put the chat at, right? So you want to just be involved. This is how the mastermind works. Okay, so Glenwell is saying short-term versus long-term rentals. How is this person? Chris, who are you? Turn your video off, please. He's like, why? How is this person getting on the video? Okay.
So I have some good feedback about short-term versus long-term. So obviously, and probably quite a few people in here have owned short-term rentals, Airbnbs, vacation rentals. So when I started buying them, I saw a need for them in our community. I'm in Columbia, South Carolina, and I really just wanted to test it out to see if it really worked. I was seeing all the hype about 2 years ago, and I thought, why not try to transfer one of my rentals into an Airbnb and see how it does? And I shortly found that I was making 3 to 4 times what I would in rents. And I recognized like there's a great opportunity here. The way people go wrong. So what ends up happening, I tell people, listen, on a short-term rental, nothing is ever 100% definite. Your city can come in and shut down short-term rentals, your county. So you have to really run your numbers to keep it as a short-term. But if you have to reconvert into, a long-term or back to a short-term, you want to make sure the numbers work every which way. and also buy it that you do have an amount of equity that if you need to sell it because it's not producing, you can sell it as a retail property as well. So when everything hit, and this was back in like February, I started seeing cancellation, and I thought, there's going to be a turn. I'm pretty sure people aren't going to be traveling for a little bit of time. And my main stuff is the university, concerts. We have a military base, so military graduation. I quickly like got ahead of the curve. I was like, what is going to fill my units and where can I make money? I don't really want to convert them back into a long-term rental. So I switched to travel nurses. And I have travel nurses in my units for 3-month stints that pay very well. So I'm still producing income. So if anybody has a short-term rental, I would look into that option. But one of our short-term rentals that did very great, producing lots of money for us, I had a large amount of equity. So I immediately checked the inventory on the market and everything was like very low in inventory. And I had a house under contract in one day and sold it and pulled out 40 grand. So I said, trim the fat, look at what makes sense. So to answer your question, you know what? Short-term rental is going to come back. People are going to start traveling. But I think no matter what, you need to always have options with your rentals.
Hey, Christy, are you renting out by the room or by the unit?
Great question, Linda. So I'm doing by the entire unit. So I was doing mostly one whole house was military based. It was families that would come in for military graduation. That was probably like 95% of my people there. And then my other units, I was able to buy 3 individual units on one parcel. So it's a 2,000 square foot house and then an 800 square foot, 900 square foot freestanding unit. So that was cool for travel nurses because it was small. Now I would consider the house actually has a long-term tenant, 12-month. I'm actually going to give that a run and see if I can rent by the room to travel nurses because I think I could get my rents up on that as well because of the area. It's close to the hospital.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. My apartments are all full long-term rentals, but I keep waiting for one of them to go empty so I could attempt this. But
Try it out.
personally, I'm not. No, I know a lot of people around here do Airbnb, but I think that I like the nurse or any of those traveling situations. So they're there for 3 months at a time, whether it's a computer contractor or anything, especially in this environment. And you've got to be very careful about sterilizing everything, I guess, and following those conditions.
And it's great because a lot of the times they're working. So they're really not even there. So the wear and tear versus, a 12-month tenant is very minimal. I mean, nothing. I went back into mine after I had 2 nurses and I'm like, have they even been here? It looks perfect after 3 months.
Yeah, they work all the time.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, Stacy, I saw somebody asking about when you purchase a condo, how do you plan for HOA fee increases? So a lot of that comes from your due diligence. So before you buy the property, you want to get what they call condo documents, and you want to look at their budgets to see how much they've put aside in reserves. If they've already been approved by FHA, that's a really good sign because they have enough in reserves. And so that's number one, what I would check. If they have enough in reserves, you're not going to see really high increases. And for the most part, you can pass those along to your tenant anyway. But the last hint for me is I want it to be a professionally managed complex as opposed to maybe 10 units and all the neighbors manage it themselves, because a lot of those don't work out as well.
So are you saying that you're buying like entire condo complexes or just like?
No. I'll just pick units as they become available. I've made these mistakes before. So I own one where there's only 10 units and the building looks like an apartment building, and we still need to replace the siding on the outside and I can't get them to cooperate. So that's one example. Then on the other end, I own a unit and I think it's like 300 units, and that's it's always managed by the neighbors, but they have a professional manager behind them. And that one has, those have all the reserves and the professional expertise. So that's been really, really stable. They just had an increase in condo fees, and that was only it was a little high, like 10%, but they hadn't raised it for 7 years. So they're kind of catching up. So I find that they're not really, and I actually live in a condo complex. They haven't raised the condo fees. Remember, your neighbors don't want the condo fees to go up. So they're trying to do everything they can to do their budgeting. So I haven't found it to be a real problem. Now, I will say one more thing though, sorry. It could be an opportunity. So a friend of mine owns one and they got what they call an assessment, and which I don't think you can do in Georgia, but in Connecticut you can. And it was like $9,000 to put in a new parking lot and some other things. So the association budgeted it out for people, so they could do it that way. But as an investor, we could go in and just buy it for a lower price and have the existing person essentially pay off that big assessment. So there's always an opportunity. You want to find out what the issues are, what are the pain points, and then make it work for you and for them.
Awesome. All right, good. And then Alan has a couple of suggestions that we can talk about, I think. The first one is talking to sellers, evaluating deals, and getting everything under contract. So maybe we can talk about some of that a little bit. I know y'all are going to have some stuff on that. So how do you talk to sellers? That'd be great. How do you do that?
You start, Christy. That's like a 10-hour course right there, but go ahead.
You know what I've learned? So we're such a social media based environment now, and nobody wants to talk to anyone. It's like kind of sad, like, right? Because I love talking. Like, I'm the biggest big mouth you've ever met. So sometimes I have to reel it in, but I love like our online marketing and pulling in people. But what I found is just connecting to people. And like my motto nowadays is keep it real. Like, just be nice to people, be kind, be real, and considerate to their situation, and listen. So, you know, if someone tells you, here's what I need, in my mind, I'm automatically thinking, how can I help them? Because truly that in turn is going to bring me 5 more leads future forward. And maybe I can't make the deal work for them. And I tell them that, listen, I'm going to make you an offer based on my numbers, and I'm hoping this can work and I can help you. But if I cannot help you, I'm hoping that I can provide you an alternative and someone else to reach out to, because I've got a large team of people and I know one of us can find a solution for you. So I found that like talking to sellers is just really making it like I'm talking to a friend and then finding a solution.
Yeah, that goes also, somebody else wrote a question about sending out mail. I think right now is a really good time to send out mail because nobody else is. And the Postal Service could use your money. But your mail is going to get opened. It's really inexpensive to send it out, say once a month, until people respond to you and they get to know you that way. And being real is for sure. And then keep specializing in alternative or creative deal structuring. So the most important thing is listening. Like Christy was saying, you ask the question and then you shut up and just listen. You have 2 ears, 1 mouth for a reason. And they will tell you what they want. They will tell you what they need. And then you supply the solution for them. And even if you're brand new at this, you still know 10 times more than the person who just called you. So just listen. And then because you're part of this RIA, you have Stacy to call on and to network with everybody. And you're going to get some really great strategies that way.
What do you think would be like the most important, or what are the key factors that you need when you're evaluating a deal?
I think obviously comparables, what will that property sell for? And sometimes when you're taking a lead call, you're not going to initially know if it came from, you know, your mail. Maybe you have an idea, but if you did like a broad mail and a zip code, you get a lead. And offhand, if you're starting out, you're not going to know, hey, this neighborhood is definitely worth this. But I think making sure you're upfront with them and telling them how soon you'll get back with them. That's one thing I've seen people fail on. Hey, I'll get back to you with an offer in 24 hours. But the reality is sometimes that doesn't happen because you're afraid, you don't know the correct analysis. So I think it's being upfront with them and sticking to whatever you tell them you're going to do, follow through. Also knowing your comparables, what are things selling for in that area, as well as knowing, is this an area I can truly flip a property in, or is this really a buy and hold? That's really important because you could be in one whole zip code and jump a street in my area and you might not be able to flip and sell that house. So I think your repair estimator is, whether you're wholesaling or rehabbing, that is very strong. You need to know your numbers because if you don't, you're going to make mistakes. And I think those are probably some of the biggest things within that when dealing with the seller. But just finding out, do they have a mortgage on the property? Are they the only person on the mortgage? Is there somebody else that's a decision maker? Because you might be talking to, I have many cases in probate where someone's passed away and I'm getting the sister, but the brother's involved. And all of a sudden, I think I'm only dealing with the one person. And now I've made an offer that doesn't work for the other. So it's whoever is part of this deal needs to be there. I need to talk to everyone. So I think just factors as such on that.
Yeah, do you have any suggestions, Linda?
I forget the question. I got so involved with what Christy was saying. So
evaluating deals and what are the most important things that you need? Yeah.
Yeah, well, in condominiums, you will get to know the different condo complexes in your area because you do want to find out You know, is it well maintained just by driving through it? How much are the condo fees? When was the last time the condo fees were raised? And are there any special assessments that could get in the way? And then the biggest thing about condo complexes is what's the percentage of ownership? So if it's at least 50% owner occupied, you're going to be able to get much better loans if you're selling the property than if it's, say, 80% landlord owned. And then you need to find out certain restrictions. But those couple things, you always want to buy in the best neighborhood you can afford to be in, right? So like Christy was talking about, you want to have options. You always want to have 2 or 3 exit strategies, and the best neighborhoods you can be in are going to give you more of those strategies. Yeah, I think that would be it.
Yeah, I think. And then also with comps, I just wanted to point out too that, you know, maybe the last 6 months, the comps are going to be different than what they may be in the next 6 months. You know what I'm saying? Because prices are going to drop, I think. I mean, for a lot of places, prices are going to drop, you know, so just keep that in mind when you're looking at comps. Is like, okay, well, yeah, maybe it's sold for $250,000 in the last, you know, 6 or 8 months, but will it sell for that much this time around? I'm not sure. You know, maybe drop the price. I would calculate based on like a 20% decrease or a 30% decrease, just in case. I
agree, Stacy. I was telling someone that I said, you know, if you used to run your numbers 70% off of what you think you could sell it for, now maybe you drop to 55 or 60. I mean, that's it, because you want that cushion. And I think it's good to do that anyway. I think it's a great rule of thumb, even in a fast-paced, great selling market, because you're always building enough cushion and you're leaving enough meat on the bone. Because, I mean, for those of you that haven't rehabbed, and for those of you that have, you know, all of a sudden your $25,000 rehab, you missed a couple things. Now it's a $32,000. And if you're buying it too high, you could be putting yourself in a position where you're not making the amount of money you thought you would, or the holding time is a little longer. And I think it's really important now with everything.
I agree. Yeah. I'm always teaching all my students, like, I buy 50 cents on the dollar. That's just awesome. What I do. I just buy 50 cents on the dollar, but you want that spread. So if you buy at 70 cents on the dollar, then you're just not going to have enough, you know, spread in the back end, you know? So like you said, like that LTV should be anywhere from 55 to, like, you know, 65, I think right now would be a good number. Yeah. So
I think we also have to look at what mortgage products are being offered right now, because I was just beginning to see the conditions that we had in 2005 through 2008, where everything got super loosey-goosey. But now with this virus thing taking over, now the banks are pulling back and they're not offering credit cards as much and lines of credit. So all of those are going to impact your client's buying power. So that's something to factor out. But I will say a piece of good news. I was looking at the foreclosure website up in Connecticut and just going through and looking for, they've postponed all the auctions up there until July. But I was just looking at all the multifamily houses, and I saw that because, so right after the crash in 2008, so 2009, 2010, 2011, people had no equity in their properties because they were able to use their house as an ATM and they had maxed it out. Now what I'm seeing is after the crash, people bought things for a fraction of the normal cost. So now there might be a whole lot more equity, even if they're going to go into a foreclosure situation. So we might be, as foreclosure buyers or investors, we might have better opportunity to still give somebody some cash to walk away and buy the property. I'm wondering, maybe we won't have to jump into short sales so quickly, which will, you know, speed up our process. And that'll be really good that way too.
But there's nothing wrong with short sales.
No, there's nothing wrong with short sales. I'm just saying you might have, yeah. I farm those out. I must admit, somebody else deal with the bank, please.
I don't do the work, but I love buying them.
Oh yeah, of course. Yes. I've done super well with those. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, so I think there will be an increase in short sales as well too coming up. Yeah, so just be prepared for that. But that just puts a house in your pipeline. That's all it does.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, good. And then I guess, Alan also asked about comps. How do you get comps if you're not a realtor? What do you guys think?
Internet.
Yeah, a lot of times I try to use, in our area, and I know it depends on your area, but I always use Zillow, Redfin, and Realtor.com to kind of go through and pull each one to see what's sold in that area. I think it's important to pull from all three. And it's important with the comps because I know from a coaching standpoint that sometimes I'll have students come to me and say, I've got this great deal. I know it can sell for 175. And then I look and I go, well, guys, this is, yeah, it's a mile away, but it's a completely different school district, even though it's a mile away, or it's a completely different neighborhood. So you need to make sure you're staying close by. And like Stacy said, in the current, 6 months or even 3 months now, just to kind of see what is selling. But making sure you're staying in the same neighborhood, make sure you are staying in the same school district. That's really important because that can skew your numbers. But those are the 3 typically I use if I don't use my agent.
Yeah, well, obviously with condominiums or townhouse communities, shared communities, it's a lot easier to get comps because they're all built at the same time. They have several different floor plans. And even if you have to go back a year, those comps will stand true. So it is a lot easier with those to get them. And I agree with Christy, get as many sources as possible and then do a drive-by if you can to do it. And then look back, 6 months, a year, see what's going on in the neighborhood. And then make good friends with a realtor. I mean, here's the thing, folks. If you're going to rehab, you're probably going to hire a realtor well, I don't know about probably, but there's a chance you'll hire a realtor at the end to market your property. So you can tell them that, look, I need to make sure I'm buying it at the right price. Can you do some comps for me real quick? And then I save them because, especially if they're multifamily houses, you'll get to the point where you'll realize how much per unit you can pay. Or a condo, you'll figure out about how much you can pay and then stay within that realm.
So is condos the only thing that you invest in, or you have other properties?
No. I do condos, but I do a lot of multifamily houses, 2, 3, 4, 6s. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, cool. I know Christy does mobile homes. Do you do stuff outside of mobile homes?
I do actually. We have one rehab that we are about to finish up in a week, and that's a house that's a single family home. And then we have another single family home coming on the market. So mostly single family homes, mobile homes. I'll do multi-units, but they're not my target currently.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And how do you guys find your properties?
All over the place.
Yeah.
On what marketing you're doing. And I think this is a challenge for most people because they'll start marketing and they feel like they're not making traction. And then like 2 weeks in, they'll quit and they'll go to do something else. And I'm like, you just need to be consistent, like with 3 types. I don't care what it is. It all works. It's just get it consistently rolling. So our most current deals, ironically, we were very focused on rentals and short-term properties. Probably from the end of last year, I had like 2 rehabs going on up until the beginning. And then ironically, with all this happening, we were like, hey, let's just pick back up on some rehabs. The spring's always busy in our market. And we just opened the pipeline, and within a week we had like 5 deals under contract to buy. And it was like, what did we just do? Like our marketing, we hadn't even really been heavily marketing, but I reached out to my go-to agents. I said, here's what we're looking for. And I've been using them for years. So they knew our criteria. They knew our neighborhoods. So I was reaching out to them. Hey, do you have any pocket listings? Anything that you know of that hasn't come onto the market yet? So I found 2 deals on the MLS. I just negotiated low. Those were my 2 mobile homes, which I'll tell you a little bit about. The other one we found on Zillow. My husband happened to start checking on Zillow every day, and a property just popped up for sale by owner, and we were one of the first people to go in and look at it. She ironically is an agent, and she was selling a rental property, her own rental property herself. She didn't even list it. So we built another agent relationship with her. And then our other one that we're buying was a referral. We flipped a baby boomer. We flipped her best friend's house 5 years ago. And literally, guys, this is going to sound crazy because you're going to say, why would this woman not have listed this house? We walked into her house. It's in a very older established neighborhood, worth $200,000. It is in great condition. Like the structure, everything they've kept up. She had records of everything. They raised their kids in the house. Now they're downsizing. I literally was like, what do you want for the house? I always ask people that before I give them a lowball offer because I want to know, am I in the close range to where we need to be? So just knowing her neighborhood in that house, I was thinking, gosh, if we got this house for 110, 115, we could probably even just list it on the MLS, paint it and move it. She's like, I think 95 would be good. And I'm like, 95? Okay, great. Let's sign the contract. I was thinking this is a killer deal. But what's interesting is because she saw her best friend's rehab 5 years ago. This was the house she raised her children in. She was so emotionally attached to her house, knowing we did such a great job with her friends. she was already sold on us. She was not going to shop anyone else. She was not going to sell it. So just good old fashioned, you know, again, relationship building, like Linda was talking about, treat people nice, talk to people, and it works. And that was where that deal. But we've done bandit signs, internet marketing, everything.
Yeah, I do a little bit of everything. We flip a lot of condos in a 55 and older community, and that word of mouth really is on fire. I mean, we're saved in their phone contacts as really great contractor, does really great work, and so we get referrals like that all the time before and you know, when people pass away, which is usually why they're selling or they're moving to assisted living, they don't want to advertise to everybody, and they still have a lot of their own. Well, you do probate also, so they still have a lot of items in the home, and they don't want people walking through it. But I'll do that. I'll do auctions. I'll do like in-person auctions. I do a lot of Craigslist. I call a lot of landlords. I call realtors, and then word of mouth. Today I was on the phone with several different insurance agents. I said, hey, we're buying apartments. We're on the move, so let me know. Keep me in mind. So staying in communication, like you said, just good old fashioned marketing and taking care of people. And we have more time because we're not traveling.
Marketing is going to work over the next couple of years.
What do you say? I'm sorry.
The good old fashioned marketing. You think it's going to work in the downturn? And how so? Like, you know, yeah. Like,
well, my best deals,
Craigslist, all this.
Yeah, all of that. And I think direct mail, but when you're doing this, you just have to be in it for the long haul. People have to see you. You know, I think guerrilla marketing says they have to see you at least 9 times to remember you. So it's something for you to keep that in mind. So don't buy a billboard unless you're able to keep it up for at least a year. In other words, don't blow your budget on one item. See, there's a lot of free methods that you can do it. And I just realized I've been laxing, and I'm about to send an email to a whole bunch of people, say, look, this is what we're buying in the next 6 months. If you know anybody, anything, whatever, I'll negotiate it. I'll give you a financing fee. And by the way, I'd rather do the negotiation than have a brand new person do the negotiation. And I'll make enough I'll save enough on the buying price that I can pay the bird dog a lot more money than if they negotiated it.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah. Awesome.
Now, by the way, I don't know that much about internet and online marketing. It is something I'm always learning how to do. So but I'm sure there's a lot of opportunity with that also.
Yeah. No, I'm just, because I teach too, but I teach either online marketing or direct mail marketing. I don't do a lot of the free stuff because I like things automated. I'm lazy. So I just want to like hand it off and have somebody else do it, kind of a thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Which
That's
makes
what I was
sense.
asking.
Exactly.
So, okay, cool. Okay. So what we're doing right now, guys, just so you know, everybody should get on and introduce yourself in the chat and put any questions, any challenges, any issues that you're having right now, so we can work through those with you. Right. So Shawnette, I said that you said that you had a deal. Why don't you tell us what your deal is so that we can talk about it and let you know if it's a good deal or not. Right. All right. Anybody else have anything going on? So Rachel and Ramel and all these people, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what's going on. Okay. What else can we talk about? Okay. So what about, can you give me some tips and tricks on writing up contracts and how you guys put contracts? Are y'all realtors or not realtors?
I'm not
either. My husband actually had his license for a while, but he found realtor business was not his forte. It's probably more of mine, but I just didn't want to get out. I felt like it would tie up so much of my time. And we'd rather work with great realtors and let them do what they're awesome at and us focus on what we're great at. He does have his license. He actually has his broker's license, but it's on hold. And we've kind of toyed with maybe maybe we get our license, but we just haven't done it. But with writing contracts, I think, a lot of times we're making offers on the MLS, so your agent's going to make your offers for you. But I think now it's just important with everything going on. I've noticed with just closings and buyings, and you guys probably have too, everything's a little delayed because attorneys right now are figuring out how to run their entire business without being in the office, or we can't bring everyone in, or we have to email the paperwork. The whole process has changed. I just did a closing last week and they brought everybody in separately. So we're kind of back in the office, but even them title searching and doing stuff is a little delayed. Mm-hmm. So I think throughout this COVID stuff, probably just extending your due diligence period a little longer and your closing dates to make sure you have enough time to get your inspectors out, your proper people. even your private money lenders and hard money lenders, because some of them are pulling back a little bit, or they're being a little more conservative on their lending. So you want to make sure you have backups in case something does fall through. You know, I love the, hey, I can close in 10 days, but is that always realistic right now? Probably not. And if you're new, you shouldn't probably be doing that. And I tell everyone, I'm 99% sure that I have $1 million available at all times for my private money lenders. And I say 99% because 1% something could happen and there goes everything, you know, you just never know. So I think just building contingencies within your contracts is big right now.
Yeah, well, number one is I like to keep it really simple. The house I own in Connecticut where I live, I put it on the back of a menu piece of paper. I hand wrote it because there's only certain things that you really need in a contract, like date, address, who the buyer is, who the seller is, how much you're buying it for. And then I brought a notary with me to add it, make it a little official, and then I promptly spilled coffee all over it, but the attorneys still recognized it. And then I let attorneys draw things up. And especially if you're doing creative financing, we'll outline our goals and get them to agree to the goals back and forth, and then I send it to the attorney to write everything up. I definitely agree with Christy about adding some extra time, and a lot of those crazy loans that we were just beginning to see, like checkbook only and no doc, and that was just coming out a month ago. Remember that? And they've all been pulled back. All of them have been pulled back. So it's going to be back to traditional. So if you're selling on a rehab, you definitely want to make sure they have a really strong down payment, that they have a really good credit score, or be prepared to do, you know, a lease option or some other creative financing that'll get them through. You definitely need.
And talking to your lenders, I think that's a good point too, because we have like a set of different lenders we use when people are buying. Some work with people with very bruised and low credit, or how can they get it fixed up? And we still work with a boyfriend girlfriend team. They're vets, military, he is. So they help a lot of military buyers with still credit scores like in the low 600s, and they're getting them qualified, but they know their system. So I think it's just finding those right people that know, like, I don't want to learn anyone's job. I have enough jobs, right? I have 2 kids, I have a husband, we have a business. It's crazy. I'm like you, Stacy. I want to autopilot some stuff. So for me, it's find those people that are building a team like you're building and have them. Because if they're there, you don't have to do any work. They're going to get your buyer to the table. You just need to bring the property. And there might be some hiccups. And I tell people, no, nothing ever runs smooth. Even when the market was perfect and everything was great, nothing ever closes on time. Something's always delayed. It's not life or death. That's just part of the business, but just be prepared mentally to know that.
You know, having your own private lenders is really huge. Having lines of credit with a hedge fund, that's important. Having private lenders lined up, but multiple ones, because you don't know what's going to happen. But that protects you there. And also, I like dealing with small banks. So I just bought a 2-family house, and I dealt with a local bank that I've done many loans with. And they got slammed with the SBA loans. They had like 700 applications in 2 weeks. And they said, I'm sorry, you know, we're going to have to wait a month to do this. I said, oh no, our private lender, he needs his money back now. And because of that relationship, we did get it done just a couple days late, not like a month late. So if I was dealing with a very large bank, you have no control over it. You're just a number. So develop those relationships with banks as much as possible. So.
How are you guys finding all your lenders right now? And what do you guys, are y'all working on getting, I feel like finding private money is like one of the most important things right now, because of the fact that like banks are thinking everything's just a little bit more riskier now. What are you guys doing to find money?
Have you seen the stock market lately?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just talking to people, right? I mean, I think that's the big thing now for me too, whether you're an investor or not. Like, I'll give you an example. My college roommate has known I've done real estate forever. And her father, unfortunately, passed away, you know, late 60s, early 70s, a couple years ago. And he had a bunch of property and she inherited a bunch of money. And she was always kind of just putting everything in stocks because that's what her parents did. So just introducing the opportunity to her. And I think warming people up to it, not, you know, first deal, hey, I need 150 grand out the gate. I know you love me. We have this great relationship, because that scares people. You know, even if you show them your credibility and what you've done, if all they have is 150,000, they're thinking, okay, I know you have a proven system, but what if something goes wrong? So I ease people in. Hey, if I've got a second position, you know, where you can just put up the rehab money, or you could be some of the gap funding. How much do you have? 40,000. Okay, let's make that work. Because I know if they put that 40,000 with us, they will continue to put more money in each time. And I've done that with lenders. I have one lender, she's in the education field, and I've never met her in my entire life. This is all from internet marketing. We did a commercial on YouTube of private, you know, kind of private money lending, what we did. And she contacted me. She lives in Columbia, Maryland, and she happened to find Columbia, South Carolina, contacted us and said, I've got money sitting in the bank. And she started out, I think, with like 30,000, and now she's lending up to 300,000 with us. And
Nice.
we've had her for many years. So I think just reconnecting with my lenders, building relationships, putting the word out. My husband's great about running Facebook ads every time we sell a property. Hey, not only did we make money, big deal, but this lender that lent on our deal made this much. So then if we have friends and family, they're reaching out. He'll say, just private inbox me. I'll talk about it with you. And then people are organically, because they have lost money in the stock market, coming to us, which is awesome.
Just really know what the laws are, folks. There's definitely some rules and regulations. At some point, you may, there's certain things that you can do with friends and family, which means you have to know them for at least 30 days and have had at least 3 communications. Now, it could be a childhood friend that you haven't spoken to in 20 years. If it's more than that, then, I mean, there's ways of registering with the SEC, the state and the federal. So you should get to know those rules. Stacy, I don't know if you ever invite any teachers on that matter or not, but and then I think it, you know, I'm working on a photo book, you know, before and after, and it's always been on my to-do list, and then put a picture of the check or the amount that we paid the lender, and then that lender could leave it on their coffee table book, and, you know, coffee table, and then brag to their friends, hey, I was an owner in this property, this is what we did. So something like that could be a really good idea.
And I just wanted to bring something up too, which this was a great idea. So the house we're buying from the woman who's a baby boomer, they own their house free and clear. We know that. So when they close, they're going to get $95,000. Okay, at closing. What's she doing with that money? So I literally said, Judy, what are you and your husband doing with that money? Are you putting it into your new home? Which I knew they weren't, because they'd already bought and closed on their new home. So, you know, she said, well, I haven't really thought about it. I said, well, listen, I know you're getting settled in your home. There's a lot going on, but Noah and I can put that money to work for you. You've seen our product. We want to bring you back and see your home when you're done. And we'd love for you to be a lender on our future deals, and we can pay you on your money. And she was like, okay, that's great. So same thing, Linda putting together a credibility packet just to show her what we've done. And
Yeah.
she kind of knows, because we bought her best friend's home, but it's pretty cool to be able to help people you're buying from.
Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes you can structure the deal if you're buying from somebody who owns it free and clear, and you can say, look, I can pay you this much cash, or I'm going to be done with this in 6 months to 9 months. I could pay you a bonus, and then I only have to borrow a certain amount. You could do it. So there's some ways of doing that. Talk to everybody. I mean, one of our lenders is a podiatrist. And so, you know, just talk dentists, chiropractors, attorneys, a lot of them put together their own groups anyway. And to underline Christy's point, don't take somebody's last dollar, because you don't know. You may think you could flip it in 6 months, but it might actually take a year, especially right now. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. So just be aware of that. Yeah.
And then what, and somebody was asking about Subject 2. Have y'all ever done any Subject 2 or anything like that, any kind of deals like this? Talk about those deals.
I have two specifically, one recently, but one in the past. Actually, this was an ad I saw on Craigslist. It literally said, I'm going to lose my home. Can someone help me? Please contact me. And you know, you see those and you're like, oh, that's a scam. No, I called. I'm like you, Linda. I just called. Like, let's just see what's going on. And sure enough, what had happened was her son had moved to Seattle, and he had kind of started his new life and left his house here in South Carolina. And here, if you don't stake your property as a primary residence, your taxes go up drastically. So it basically jumped his payment because of taxes from $750 a month up to $1,450. And he was like, I'm moving. I can't pay that. He didn't even consider renting it. He just stopped making payments. So we actually contacted his mom. She lived in Charleston. And we said, look, we'd be interested. We need to see how much equity is in the property. We need to see now how behind on payments is he on the property. Can we catch those up? And it was a very minimal amount, and the property had equity. So we did. We came in and took the property over subject to the mortgage. And we ended up, and this could be complicated for you newbies, but we ended up not selling the property outright at that time, we actually found a buyer and moved them in on a lease option on the property and ended up selling to them.
Cool.
So we were able to cash flow it, make money, and then flip it in 2 years. We held it because he really didn't care to get the mortgage out of his name. He was going to let it go anyway. And to that fact, Linda brought up, you know, professionals and working with, we close with attorneys in South Carolina, not title companies, but we have a great attorney that we use that is familiar with subject to. So he was able to work with that and help us do it, because it can get a little sticky with some of the paperwork and you don't want to do it incorrectly and you want to make sure you're doing everything properly. So I always consult and pay professionals to help me with that process.
Yeah, me too. To that point, you sold it on a lease option, so you continue to have control on the property and on the payment. Because what you have to understand, folks, is that when you're buying something subject to, you have the power to fix somebody's credit by making on-time payments. You also have the power to wreck their credit. So if you're taking this on, even if you have to eat macaroni and cheese and ramen noodles for the rest of your life, you have to make sure those payments are made every single month, or give the property back to the person, because it's a big responsibility. But we bought one. I just paid them off, actually, an underlying loan, and it was started out at 2%. It gotten up to 4.5%, and I actually just paid that off in a kind of a multi-property deal to get myself into a good position. And but that worked out well. It fixed his credit, and his wife to be agreed to marry him because he got rid of that property. So everybody was happy.
That's always good. Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Okay. It says here, we got another one here. Okay. I'm Ramel. I'm relatively new. I flipped and sold one house so far. I'm wanting to flip 4 to 6 properties this year. I converted my 401k to a previous employer to an SD solo 401k with an intent of investing in the real estate market. I'm also planning to use hard money lenders to fund a new deal, but the rates are just too high at the moment due to coronavirus. So I'm currently focusing on wholesaling to get new leads. Awesome. Right. So I congratulate you, because like you're ahead of the game.
Are you ready to
A
lend?
lot of investors.
No, I'm kidding. There's your lender.
Yeah. Do you want to
we'll borrow
lend
your
that
money.
money out that you have? You can lend that money out to somebody else.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Okay, good. So, all right. So what he's saying to everybody that's here, that's on, is that he basically rolled his money over to a 401k, a self-directed 401k, so that he can borrow some of that money and he can use it to fund some of his, his business or deals or whatever he wants to do. So that's what he's talking about. Have you guys done anything like this, or have y'all structured your business for something like this?
Yeah,
or any tips for
Yeah, we have. So we've used people with solo Ks, right? So we're always looking for opportunity, because sometimes people don't think they have money to lend. They think, I don't have money sitting in the bank, right? So what can I do? And they don't recognize their options. And sometimes your retirement is a great opportunity to lend. So we do. And to the point of using private money, like we were talking about, I can write up all the contracts myself. I have all the security documents to do it. But I always have my attorney write it up, because I feel like when that's done, I know there's no mistakes. Somebody's money is out there in jeopardy. You don't want to make one. I had a student I was coaching one time say, my lender is a personal friend of mine, and they just wired the money to my bank account, and then it was just sitting there. And I'm like, ah! I'm like telling them, listen, their security of their money is in the deed on the property. If you haven't done that, what if you got in a car accident tomorrow and their money's sitting in your account and nobody has any clue where this money came from, and they can't get their money back? Like, you have to have security documents filed to make sure of this. So, we can all pull up stuff online and do, and that's okay. But you're not going to pay that much more to just have an attorney draft it, file it, and make sure everything's done properly. And again, you don't want to be the technician doing everything. You want to be hands off. So we've used people's retirements. We've used many people have had in CDs just sitting. We use our own money sometimes to invest if it's not anywhere making money for us. So all the same avenues.
We use a lot of times, and this will hurt your credit a little bit, but those checks that you get in the mail from your credit card companies at 0% interest for a year? It works great. Now, the more you use it, your credit score will take a hit, but it'll get fixed as soon as you pay it off again. So we've done that, or get business lines of credit, business credit cards, where it doesn't show up on your personal credit. We borrow a lot from IRAs. We borrow from regular people's funds. It's just that they'll have to pay taxes on the interest that they've earned. Whereas if it's a Roth IRA in particular, you're not paying any taxes at all on the growth, which is nice. So, and by the way, I think all of us should always be wholesaling or be prepared to, because when you get your marketing up and running, you're going to have more leads than what you're going to deal with. And the more you can network, you're going to find people who want to buy them. And again, I just, I'm thrilled to be part of South Atlanta RIA, because this is the place, right? This is a place where you can network and find people that are doing things. You did have the haves and wants before this whole thing happened. And there were like 75 people in the afternoon, all doing deals and exchanging things. So
exactly.
Georgia is amazing. It's much more happening, to be honest, than
And they're
Connecticut.
and actually he's still doing the haves and wants. He's just doing it virtually now.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah,
cool.
so he just like this, like we'll practice next time. We'll be able to practice, and everybody will be able to talk as well too. Coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, I'm going to make anybody that wants to introduce themselves, they can introduce themselves and stuff as well. So but yeah, so okay, cool. And then what else? Oh yeah, I was going to bring up too, I was closing on a storage facility. I bought a storage facility from somebody where I paid him I paid him $250,000, and at the closing table I asked him, I was like, well, you got $250,000 now, like we just paid you that, now like now what are you going to do? And he was just like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it in the savings. And I was like, why you lend it to me? And he's like, oh, that's a good idea. I was like, storage facilities, because he owned it.
That's awesome.
Like, why are you lending me that money? And and then he's like, yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I'll do that. So I always say to all my students, you've got to just ask, yes. And especially at the closing table. You want to know why? Because they're so happy.
Exactly.
They're all happy. They're like so happy.
If you can get a testimonial from them, that's even better. Right. Yeah. So, because they're happy right in that moment, and say, hey, how was it working with me? And which is really good idea. Yeah.
Get a testimony at the closing.
Get a picture.
Yeah, exactly. Get a picture, post it out, build some credibility. I say that too also, like you need to be utilizing social media as much as possible, right? On everything that you do, because all that does really is just build credibility. You don't have to go out there and be like, I'm looking for $50,000, because you really can't do that anyways. But like you can say like, oh, I just closed on this like house, and this person just made this lender made $20,000 off of me. Why don't you, contact me, and I can tell you how to do that. And they contact you, because it's worked for me. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, good, great. All right, who else has questions? Any questions? Anybody else has anything else? We just have a couple more minutes, all right, to do the questions. So if you have any challenges or anything like that, that's coming up that you notice, let us answer those for you. I think we kind of went over everything. Does anybody have anything else? Okay, and so what we're going to do for the next hour after this is we're going to try, I was trying to do the breakout room, but for some reason I can't figure out breakout rooms. So we're going to just do it as like a whole meeting is what we're going to do. So anybody that wants to is going to be able to turn their video on and their microphone on. Right, and then everybody will be able to introduce themselves, and then you get 30 seconds. That's all you get. That's it. So you can't be like talking about your whole life story and stuff like this, But essentially, you can come on, and I really recommend. Actually, I'm going to just unmute and to put the video on for everybody. So make sure y'all look good, right? Look as good as I do, right? I'm just kidding. And then you can get on and everybody can just introduce themselves. So we're going to practice this. This is like speed networking, right? But it's going to be like virtual speed networking. And if you come to the main meeting for the South Atlanta RIA, then look, she already gung-ho. She's like, I'll do it. All right. See, so if you want to turn your videos on, and then everybody can introduce yourselves. And then that way you're starting to meet everybody in the group. Okay. And then I did this at a meeting. I did this at a conference like 2 weeks ago, and it was awesome. It was so much fun, right? So because you get to know each other. All right. So I say jump on while we're figuring this out. Everybody, turn your video on. All right. Introduce yourself. All right. Deanna's already got it on. Awesome. Cool. Turn your and then what I'll do is I'll call your name out. Right. I'll call your name out. And then once I call your name out, you can unmute yourself and introduce yourself. And then everybody takes notes, right? And then you take down their email, their phone number, and then you can start creating your buyers list, creating your, we'll have contractors, we'll have whatever. Awesome. Okay, good. So let's start
Stacey,
first. Yeah.
You can have control of unmuting them. Just click the.
Yeah, I'll unmute you.
When you call,
I'll unmute you. Okay, whatever. All right, I'll unmute you. Okay, so Rachel, you were already first, so you go first. All right, introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Rachel Gainsborough. I live in South Atlanta area. I call myself a baby investor. I purchased a home, fixed it up, short-term rented it. And so because I guess I overdo it a little bit, I actually had placed the home on several platforms, about 8 platforms from day one. So I kind of overdid it, but it ended up working out really great because of some of the rulings with the governor. I do have a respiratory therapist at one, and so she's there for 3 months, and then I've got it booked for another 2 months by another family, and then for 6 months by a professor and his family. And so we're booked till the end of December, thankfully. And so
Awesome.
initially I thought I was overdoing it, but it turned out great. So we have a total of 2 properties and 1 piece of land that we want to build on. But our challenge now is as we try to move on and add more properties, we're getting a lot of pushback. And so we're trying to figure out, creative financing or what the next steps are. And we're trying to learn a little bit more about what's out there so that we can continue investing.
Well, you're in the right place because that's what the Southland area does, is teach you how to do stuff like that. So just keep coming to all the meetings and educating yourself. And I promise you're going to be able to figure all that out. Just give yourself some time to figure it out. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Awesome. Nice to meet you. You want to give your contact information out to everybody? So just in case they want to contact you.
Sure. Should I put it in the chat? My last name is really long to spell.
Yeah,
so it's going to be my first name dot my last name.
That's a good idea. Put your name and your email
Okay.
and your phone number in the chat. And then everybody, as you go through, everybody can find each other and add each other to the buyers list and stuff like that. Okay. All right. Awesome. All right. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Okay. Deanna, you're up. Why can't I unmute you? Okay, go.
Okay, you got me now?
Uh-huh.
Change that so you guys can remember. So, hey guys, my name is Deanna Britt. I am the owner of Law Clerk On Demand, and I'm also a supergroup leader for South Atlanta REIA. Is now the time, Stacy?
Yep, you got it. You got 30 seconds.
All right, so Law Clerk On Demand pulls fresh lists from the courthouse. Yes, we are still pulling lists. No, we didn't experience any interruptions. So probate, evictions, divorce, all that stuff. When you're done with this meeting and you need to find leads, just send me a message, Instagram, Facebook, all that good stuff, or lawclerkondemand.com. I'm also a supergroup leader. So if you want to learn creative financing, subject to lease options, all that good stuff, and you want to hear me fuss at you about marketing, you come to Creative Deals, okay? So if you guys want to register for that, I know it's on the South Atlanta REIA's website, so you just go over to events, and we are virtual this month, so you can just hop on Zoom, and I'll be posting out in the group as well. I usually use text message marketing, so just text deals and you'll get the link. Thanks, guys.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, next, Richard's on the phone. So we're not going to do Richard. We're going to do BB. Say hi, BB. Oh, wait, let me unmute you. Hang on. Does it say? I can't unmute. Okay, there it goes. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Do you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. My name is Bibi Muhammad. My business is Fruition Real Estate. And I consider myself still somewhat of a newbie, but I have experience. I've had my first rehab and maybe did a couple of wholesale deals. My rehab went horribly, but on the bright side of that, my first rehab is that I was able to get out of it and I learned tremendously about it. But since then, I'm actually trying to find another space because I went through several situations as far as trying to get lending. And so with me having a solo 401k as well, I'm going to get more into the private lending space with that, but also too, I want to get into, I'm becoming a broker for private money. And I want to get to the point to where I'm able to be a good resource to be a private money lender for, to broker private money lending. And I'm wondering, is that a good space to even be in that space as far as brokering? Because I'm working with someone who says they have plenty of money to lend. And I'm like, that was always an interest now that I've been through that experience. So I'm definitely going to put my information in the chat box. But Stacey, I wanted to know, is that something that is, even though I hear people say they always want money, but are they willing to go through the process of doing it in that way? I need to get better in that space, but that's what I'm going to be focusing on.
But are you asking is becoming so basically you want to become a hard money lender?
And is that what, and that's exactly my question.
Yes. I highly recommend checking out Dyke Spotiford.
Okay.
Look up Dyke Spotiford, and he has a hard money lending course that you can do as well. So it's DYCHES, Dykes Botiford. And he's like super old, so he's not going to be around for a long time. So highly recommend, she's frozen, but highly recommend if anybody's interested in becoming a hard money lender to check out Dykes Botiford's hard money lending course. Okay. All right. Awesome. All right. I'm going to put you on mute, B, because you're frozen. All right. Philip, you're next.
Hey everybody, I'm Philip. I'm an investor. I buy and hold houses down south in the Union area. So that's what I do on the investment side. As far as excuse me, tongue-tied. Other things I do is I am a kick-ass and a affiliate with a kick-ass brokerage, kick-ass realtor for Powerhouse Real Estate. And basically what makes us different than all your other agents out there is that we are realtors that are also big full-time investors too. We have different skills in that area. We see the numbers. We know how to sell homes. We know how to buy homes. So if you're looking for a realtor that that has systems in place to help you sell your properties quick, whether you're selling your own home or you're selling your investment project, hit me up. I'll give you my information in the chat below, and I look forward to hearing from you.
How is your house going? Did you finish it?
If I could ever get them stupid cabinets. Dude, that's like the cabinets are like the cabinet thing from Nightmare. Like
that's because they're coming from China.
Yeah, well,
this is not happening anymore.
Well, yeah. I guess that's what part of it was, but like the mill or whatever. I had to put I'm also an engineer too. I'm all kinds of different things. So, but, I'm also an engineer in the automotive industry, and my supplier that was getting me the cabinets, they had to give him the automotive treatment, like balls to the wall, move, dang it. So, because you're like 6
Well, hopefully you'll finish it up pretty soon.
Yep.
All right. You're on mute. Okay. Next is Ramel.
Hey guys, how you doing? My name is Ramel Lamar. I've only been investing in real estate for almost the last year. I've managed to flip one property with a mentor that assisted me through the whole process. So definitely learned a lot doing that flip, learned a lot of do's and don'ts doing that flip, but ended up selling it for about $2,000 over asking price. So I came out pretty good. So the goal this year was to sell a couple of properties, but coronavirus came in and did its thing, and now the rates are up for hard money. So I don't really have the funding to go buy, $100,000 properties per se, and put all my money into one project. So I just stepped back and started learning more so about the wholesaling. So that's kind of where I am now, just trying to learn wholesaling as much as I can from getting the list from Deanna.
Trying to figure it out.
Trying to figure it out and trying to, I've had a few interactions with clients. I actually went yesterday and had a deal with the client. I went to meet, I went to the house and looked at the properties. Took Stacy's, took your 7 steps to real estate.
Good.
Listened to at the time. So I got your seller lead sheet, got your property repair estimate sheet, was able to at least present 3 options to them yesterday. So I'm getting better, but now I just need to start closing and making,
That's the hard part. Yes. In the very beginning, that's really the hard part. Everybody always thinks like setting up the marketing and all this stuff is the hard part, but in like getting people to call you, that's the easy part. The hard part is like closing the deal. You got to be able to convince somebody to sell your house to them, So all that you have to do is just educate. All you have to do is just practice And you got to put some offers in. If you're not putting offers in, then nobody's ever going to tell you yes or no, right? So like I tell all my students, you just put it, who cares? If somebody's contacting you, it doesn't matter, just put an offer in. All they can do is just say no. They can get really pissed, but they'll say no, you know, so, or they could say yes. So I tell my students, just put offers in, especially nowadays, especially in the downturn. I think just put some offers in because you never know what people are thinking right now. You just don't.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. And what he's talking about for everybody here is the 7 critical steps to starting your real estate business, right? That's a completely free online course for all South Atlanta REIA members. Once you join, you get access to that. So make sure if you have not watched that to take some time to watch that. It's 7 one-hour modules that'll get you, just basically get you started from beginning to end on setting up your business. So that's exactly what he's using. So make sure you use that. You can find that in the member site, and you can also find that in the Facebook group under units. Okay, that's where you can find those. All right, thank you. Okay, next is Fanta. Oh no, yeah, Fanta. All right.
Yes.
Nice to
Hi, good evening, everyone. I may be like the newest member. I just joined the group about last Thursday. New to the real estate market. I'm here to learn more about the lingo, literally. I think I want to get into wholesaling because I don't have like a lot of upfront money, but I did get some money from the CARE Act for my 401k. So I want to not be overzealous what I'm investing into, but basically I want to get some good mentors. This seems like an incredible group, and I look forward to working with everyone.
All right, well, definitely nice to meet you, and check out the 7 critical steps. They'll be perfect for you, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, put your information in the chat. Everybody put your information in the chat, okay? So everybody can contact each other. All right. All right, Christopher, you're up. Where are you leaving? Where are you going?
I'm not going anywhere. I was just
all
going
right.
back up. I knew I was up.
Getting ready, okay.
Well, like Fanta, I think her and I probably signed up for South Atlanta REIA at the same time. Nina and I are new real estate investors. We have been going from trying to do flipping to buy and hold to now we're focusing on short-term rentals. And we are going to try to learn from Christy today on mobile homes. Christy is our Fortune Builders Mastery Coach.
Oh, awesome.
So we've been trying to build a lot of our group in our environment. We have a coach for STR as well. And we've recently been talking to Rich too on short-term rentals. So we're just trying to build that team right now. You know, it's one of those things is that you can easily jump in quick, but then you soon realize you need the right team, you need the right environment, you need just the right people around you to be successful, because you'll jump into it and then quickly get overwhelmed and not know what to do. So we definitely went through that. So we're kind of, this COVID has been helping us take a back seat a little bit and just refocus on things. So I put my information in there. We're with Imatree Homes and Imatree Rental Properties. My name is Chris Mills, and my business partner and partner in life is Giannina Argatis. So yeah, feel free to reach out to us if you need anything. We're doing a lot of wholesaling, or also adding wholesaling to the McDonough, Locust Grove area.
Yeah, I remember you said you're in the Henry County area, right?
Yeah, we're in the Henry County area. So anybody that's in Henry County that's been doing wholesaling, we really want to hear from you, because it's definitely a different market than inside the perimeter and Decatur and all those places, and rehab especially is a whole different ball game. So we want to learn from you if you know, and yeah, appreciate the time. Thanks, Stacy.
Awesome. That's awesome. I love it. Okay, well, nice to meet you, and thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Okay, all right. Next, Christy Meering.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight is my first meeting with you guys. I just joined this morning. Thank you. Thank you. I'm actually located in Fayette County, and I've been a realtor a little over 20 years. And my focus is helping investors when you guys come across deals with no equity or low equity owners, and you don't really, it would be great to not pass up on that deal, especially with the market change we've got. Short sales are going to become more of a norm sometime in the near future. I am your go-to girl to help you guys get to the closing table and get that short sale process in a timely manner successfully. Along with that, I have 2 of my own investments going currently. I've got a new construction build in Griffin that I'm doing with my self-directed IRA. And then I've got a flip going up that's starting here in Noonan using private money. But I'm so glad to be here tonight, and I'll put my contact info in the chat box.
All right, cool. I'm glad that we have a lot of South people coming in, man, because I feel like the South, it's like the South never gets represented enough, you know? It's always up in the North. So welcome, and thank you for coming and hanging out. And I think you live in Peachtree City, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, cool, awesome. All right, and then Sandra is not on here tonight, but just so you know, I think probably next month, we're starting the Way Down South group. So there's going to be a monthly group that meets in Peachtree. Actually, it meets in Tyrone.
Okay.
Sandra is like, she's going to blow your mind. Yeah, she's doing, I think last year she did 50 rehabs.
Oh my gosh, wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so she's going to lead the group and do that in the South. So it'll be like the South kind of group that you can do on a monthly basis as well, besides the main meeting, okay?
All right,
That
wonderful.
way you don't have to drive all the way north or anything.
Awesome.
Okay, awesome. Okay, all right, thank you. Next is Kimberly. Hi, Kimberly.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I've got my mic flipped up. My name is Kim Wormsby, and I'm in Southwest Atlanta, actually not far from where we have our meetings, so I'm kind of bummed that we're not having them.
Damn COVID.
Yeah, for real. So I'm a home stager, and I do interior design. And we are very investor friendly with the home staging, so I wanted to throw that out there. I did some buy and hold when I used to live in Ohio. I haven't done anything since I've been here, but I'm trying to dip my toes back in the pool, and I'm working with Mike to do some wholesaling.
Okay. Awesome.
So we'll see how things work out over the next couple months with the market, and then hopefully we'd like to do some investing. So hopefully we'll be doing that by the end of the year.
And everybody, she's talking about Mike Watkins. Where's Mike at? He's on here.
I saw him.
Okay, so he leads the Wholesaling 101 group. So if you want to learn how to wholesale or anything like that, that is the group that you need to be going to. And I think he meets like on the first Saturday of the month. And he's been doing all his meetings. He's been doing them all virtual as well. So make sure you get with him. And it's just like this. You can still go to his meetings. They're just virtual for now until we can all get back together.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. And I was going to say one other thing. You were talking about writing down the information. If you're on your computer, you could just copy and paste the whole chat out instead of typing it out.
Yes, that's good.
Handwriting it, I
Copy
should
and
say.
paste it. Good tip.
Yep.
Yeah, so everybody put your information in the chat if you haven't already, okay? Okay, all right. Rich Rose, you're up.
Well, thank you very much, Stacy. Rich Rose. I am with Allstate. I'm an exclusive agent, but we also have other options we have, and we do a really good job. And the reason I'm part of this group is with Builder's Risk. So whether you have home insurance, landlord insurance, Builder's Risk, those are the things that we really do well with. And it's a great group that you have there, Stacy. We've gotten a lot of referrals, a lot of questions. We help people basically on the risks side, because a lot of people just don't realize how many options they have. So whether it's a rehab or it's a complete rental that you're going to do, whether it's vacant or not vacant, those are the things that we can help you with, and I'll be putting my information in the chat box.
Okay, awesome. Thank
Stacy.
you. Okay, next is Karen Hall.
Hi.
Wake up. No, you're muted now. You have to unmute yourself.
I did. I know. You know, me and technology don't get along very well. So, hey, everybody, I literally just flew in an hour ago. So I'm still in airplane mode. But I wanted to jump on and say hi and welcome. You joined the absolute best RIA group in the Atlanta metro area. So I've been a member for 2 years now. And I've really just created a great network with everybody. And we have a nice, really good family that we help everyone, and we have a nice circle, a trusted circle. So I'm Karen Hall with Ameris Bank. So we just bought Fidelity and Hamilton State Bank, and I know you've been seeing our signs and our banks pop up all over the place. But I have been in the mortgage lending industry for 20 years, and I have been with Ameris Bank for 5. And I've been in the Atlanta metro area now for a little over 2 years, and I'm having the time of my life. So what I offer is mortgage lending, and I also have a super group, and I teach Mad Money. I need to get back and do a virtual call on that, but we've been so busy in the mortgage industry with all the purchases and the refinances because the interest rates are in the 3% range, and a lot of the investors are doing refinances, cash out refinances, and we did temporarily suspend our fix and hold and fix and flip, but I still have the Fannie Mae product in our portfolio rehab product for primary and second homes. The Fannie Mae product will also allow for the investors, so I'm also doing that for some of the investors that do qualify. The only difference between me being a bank and a hard money lender and a private lender is I do require income documentation to qualify. So, but if you have tax returns, pay stub, W-2, I am happy to help you and move you in the right direction.
So how do you see over the last month, what's happened in the lender world? And
oh my goodness.
Give us a quick synopsis.
Quick synopsis. So a lot of the portfolio products like the fix and flip, fix and hold, and our lot loan products have been pulled. A lot of the portfolio, which means our money at the bank, our in-house lending, we have adjusted for LTVs, maybe 5%, and increased the credit score requirement. FHA, government loans, VA, USDA, those credit score requirements are now 640. So for those borrowers that have less than a 640, it's just the way things are going. But anyway, we do virtual closings now. Little ease of restriction for power of attorney to help assist, with closings. We're still closing 20 to 30 days. I mean, our staff is on top of it, but I mean, I'm working 10 to 12 days, 10 to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. But we're trying to help, be a solution to the problem, and still get people into their homes and keep on moving through. But the guidelines changed a little bit. It's not drastic, but it's a lot of people that are losing their jobs, a lot of people that have been furloughed. We are now, instead of doing a 10-day verification of employment, now it's 3 days before closing, and some people have lost their jobs unless the employer can verify that they're still working and still getting paid. We're having to push some closings out, and there are some people that are scared and they're losing deals. Real estate agents are losing deals. So I mean, it's tough, but we're still moving along. We're killing it. We had a great month this month. So I think we're going to finish out the year very, very strong. The true buyers are out there buying. The investors are out there. They're, fixing and flipping, and they're wholesaling and transactional funding. All of that is still moving. But, I think everyone just needs to be on the, air of caution and just be wise with your money.
I think really you have to be, I mean, I think the wholesalers and the rehabbers and all the investors that are doing stuff right now, those are like, I mean, they're the hardcore ones that are just like, screw it, just do it.
Just do it.
That's it. It's like that's how I am. I'm like, I'm still buying. I want to go. I need to buy some stuff.
Yeah. Well, and I just tell people, if you can sell it. And there's always going to be, more opportunities out there. There are people still buying. Here in the Atlanta metro area, we still have jobs. We have companies. I think people are going to start, saying, oh, wow, we really can work from home, and you're going to see some changes there. But you still have companies that are coming to the Atlanta area. You still have people that are moving into the area. Unlike the Hilton Head market that I'm from, it's resort, second home investment. That's, that really
I'm looking at Hilton Head right now. I'm hoping prices are already so cheap there, but I feel like they should drop. I hope they drop more so I can buy something there.
Yeah, well, because everyone's going to want to hold on to their second home, or they're not going to buy that second home or that investment property. So they can reduce the price to get it sold if they already own it, and then that, creates opportunity for that investor or that second homeowner that wants to purchase.
No, that's what I want. I want a second home in Hilton Head. I've been looking for about 6 months now.
Well, I have a house in Bluffton and Hampton Hall. If you want it, I can show it to you.
Is it cheap? Because I want cheap.
Reasonably. Everybody's definition of cheap is different, Stacy.
Oh, mine is like the worst. All right.
That's funny.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, Rich, you're up.
Thanks, Stacy. Hey, I'm Rich Monroe with Diamond Edge Short-Term Rentals, and I am another super group leader as well. We do short-term rentals as a core focus in our business, and we have a monthly meeting, which is now turned into a weekly meeting every Tuesday at 3, a Zoom meeting in this environment. And we've been looking at, alternative platforms. Like everybody else, we've been hit since the travel restrictions. Pretty much anybody that's been doing Airbnb or short-term rentals, when that occurred, we had, everything from the calendar got canceled 60, 90 days out. And, we've had in the last couple of weeks, things to start to pick back up. It didn't help with the governor's recent order. And, we had to actually do a media blitz. I was involved with a couple of different interviews with some of the local TV stations and radio news channels in order to have the governor respond directly to clarify that the order does not mean that you cannot do short-term rentals during that time. It's only specific to avoiding, which is rightfully so, the vacationers from coming in. And so, we were part of a campaign to kind of clarify that, because we've got other folks that are here for medical, first responders, essential use, people that need temporary housing for, insurance work or a tree fell on their house, things like that. Needless to say, the order has been lifted as of April 30th. However, if it were to go back into effect, it was important to make sure that we had that clarification. Florida, unfortunately, is going through the same thing right now. They currently have a ban in place all across the board.
That would be crazy, because that's like all of Florida.
Exactly. So during this time, we've been looking at creating other opportunities to have the short-term rentals either convert into more of a longer-term 2 or 3 month rental. We had the director of the film industry just yesterday join us on a webinar that was very informative with a lot of the film opportunities for projects that have come back into town and start opening back up for not only for those teams and those production folks to have places to stay, but also for filming opportunities to list your home to be able to make some revenue that way as well. And so we're constantly looking at different other alternate platforms. Most of you may have heard Airbnb laid off 25% of their employees, and definitely are going to be buckling down during this time. I, for one, am very optimistic about this space. I'm actually actively involved right now with going live with about 17 different units in Atlanta, specifically for short-term rentals. Some of them are, kind of 10-unit buildings that we're activating specifically for short-term rentals. So I'm more looking at this on the longer term and how do we come out of this thing better off than we are going into it. And, we're focused on that effort. So if you're interested, Atlanta Short-Term Rental Investors is our Facebook group. And I'm also a board member of STRAGA, which is the Short-Term Rental Owners Association of Georgia. And we're active with the legislative and activity that's occurring with defining all the rules. City of Atlanta hasn't defined the rules yet for short-term rentals. It's been banned in certain areas, and it's a constant battle. So the more folks we have involved, whether you want to do the short-term rentals now or some have the ability to do it later, it's important to be involved with that grassroots effort to make sure that we can have that as an option as an investor. You always want to be able to buy a property with the exit strategy or other options in your toolbox, and short-term rentals is definitely a good one to have there. Last thing, I'm also selling a 3-bedroom townhouse if anybody's interested in Decatur. If anybody's looking for a buy and hold, I'll put it in the chat box. It's around $67,000. The tenant just moved out, so it's minimal, maybe new flooring at best. And it will rent for about $1,000 a month. So it's a pretty good buy and hold from the numbers and for that area.
Okay, so if anybody's interested in like Airbnbs, short-term rentals, like Rich is the person, all right? So make sure he's going to put his contact information. He leads the short-term rental super group, and they're doing a every Tuesday call. Wait, is this going to be? We have it on the South Atlanta REIA calendar, right? Yeah. So we have it there, so you can go and get the link and join. And then also, Keto asked a question. Let's answer Keto's question to you, which was, can we rent for 30 days short-term rental in Florida right now?
Yes, 30 days or more, it's fine in Florida. It's less than 30 days that they have basically banned or prohibited.
Okay, cool. Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. Okay, Alan, you're up. Unmute yourself, because I tried to unmute you. I couldn't unmute you.
Okay, how about
There you go. You're on. Yep.
Okay, good. Okay, so I'm Alan, of course. I joined about a week ago. I'm in the Camp Creek, East Point, College Park area, so like right around there. Started working with Mike Watkins for wholesaling, probably I think that was like 3 or 4 days ago. Now I've got online marketing skills, so I've been doing that for like 10, 12 years, like Facebook ads and webinars and emails. So I know all that stuff already. And what I'm doing is I've grown tired of that, and I've always wanted to do this anyway. So I'm taking those skills that I've learned for that 10, 12 years into this. That's what I'm doing now. I've got 2 big ideas, and I don't really want to divulge them yet. I really want to just do some deals because I don't want to just be talking crazy about big stuff I want to do, and I haven't done any deals yet. So my key thing is I'm kind of telling you about it, but not telling you about it until after I do some deals. That's what that's about for me. And the last thing is I'm getting my LLC, which I don't have yet, and I know I should have. I'm going to get that in about 2 weeks.
Okay, cool. And make sure you check out, if you're interested in getting your LLC, check out Legal Shield. Did you sign up for Legal Shield yet?
No.
Okay, so Legal Shield is basically like free legal advice, and it's like, I think it's like for South Atlanta REIA, it's like $40 a month, and then you can get your LLC set up. I think it's for like what, 100 or 150 bucks or something like this. So it's like super cheap. They'll do all the paperwork, and they'll create your operating agreement and all that for you. Okay. So that's called Legal Shield, and you can go to I'm not sure the website, but it's like, I think it's like legalshield.com/SA-REIA, but I'm not 100%. Can anybody do that? Put the SA-REIA Legal Shield on there for him, not your own, because then they won't get the SA-REIA discount. So you want to make sure that you get the South Atlanta REIA discount, because usually it's like $70 a month or something. With us, it's like $40 a month. But I highly recommend anybody that wants to, like, first of all, in like this world, you have to talk to your lawyer. Like literally, we just sent over. My husband, he has like a forbearance form that we're getting our tenants to fill out if they don't want to pay their rent. We're allowing forbearance on our storage facilities. So he wrote it up, and then we sent it over to Legal Shield just to check it to make sure it's good. That's completely free. So all that kind of stuff is free with Legal Shield. Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, so we can put it into the South Atlanta REIA private Facebook group as well too. So at least you can, and you can talk to Charlie Fowler. I'll tag him if you want to, and you can talk to him. He'll get you all the information.
Okay.
Just so you know, just because if anybody wants to set up businesses, that's really honestly one of the best. You can do it yourself, which is like a lot of work, or you can just get them to do it for like 150 bucks.
So I'm like you when it comes to that. I don't like to do a whole lot of work. So
I don't like to do work either.
Yeah.
I'd rather pay somebody to do it. Yeah. So gotcha. Cool. Awesome. All right. Callie. Kaylee or Callie?
It's Callie. Can you hear me?
Oh, I got it right. Okay, good.
Okay, yeah, Callie. Hi, everybody. So I have a couple of buy and holds in Atlanta that we've had for a few years that have been really successful for us. One in North Druid Hills and also one in Smyrna. And then we relocated to Los Angeles a year and a half ago and did our first fix and flip there. Which was scary and exciting at the same time, given the market. We did hard money lending there, obviously, and we came out really successful. So we came back to Atlanta back in September, and were able to cash buy for a fix and flip here. Closed right before the pandemic hit. So we're kind of trying to build our network here, contractors, any other folks that might be interested in working with us. And diving in, trying to find a few more properties, kind of seeing where the market's going. Our exit strategies are different depending on the market, either buy and holds or keep fixing and flipping. So yeah, that's my story.
So you're living in Los Angeles, but you're looking in Atlanta.
No, we actually moved back to Atlanta.
Okay,
so
you're living in Los Angeles, you're like, not for me, and then you moved back to Atlanta, or what?
Yeah, we decided to dive into fix and flips in LA.
That's what I was wondering. How much was the house that you bought?
We got a house for $795 and managed to flip it for 1.4.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the market's insane.
So it's like totally opposite in the Atlanta area.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out the market here. It's a little different.
Yeah, that's why all the Californians moved to Atlanta.
Exactly.
Okay, cool. Well, nice to meet you. Thank you for hanging out with us. All right, Kevin, you're up.
All righty. Good evening, everybody. Hi, Stacy.
Hi.
Nice to finally meet you. My broker, Sue, he isn't able to make it today. He's stuck in a conference call. So hopefully we can catch up with him another time. But I'm really happy to be here. It's pretty cool how we're all able to meet through this webcam and, you know, do our meetings now with all this COVID going around. A little bit about myself. I am a real estate agent. I work for New Western Acquisitions. It is a wholesale brokerage here in Atlanta. I actually live out of North Druid Hills. We have 2 offices, one in Buckhead and one in Marietta. Basically, we provide inventory, a large inventory of investment properties. And these properties range anywhere from fire damaged homes that need a complete rebuild, new construction, all the way to properties that are occupied with tenants. So some investors do prefer closing with tenants in place and just begin cash flowing. What I like to do is try to help all my investors out, providing them with any resources they may need. Again, this is an experience that I'm trying to provide to them, and I'm really happy to be here and meet you all.
Nice to meet you. So they do, New Western does turnkey, like essentially turnkey wholesaling is what they do. So they can find it. Are y'all doing any lending or no? Or working with lenders or what?
Yeah, we work with lenders, but us as a brokerage, we don't provide lending.
Yeah,
Of
but you
course,
have
we're-
partners or no? Because I know.
Yeah, we refer them out. One of our bigger lenders, Sherman Bridge Lending, but they're not lending right now during the COVID times.
Okay.
So we're adjusting, you know, our
Trying to
strategy.
figure it out. Okay.
And as far as turnkeys, yeah, before COVID, we weren't picking up too many turnkeys, but I mean, with all the uncertainty around, and especially with the courts being closed, getting permits is a little more tough. So, you know, those bigger projects are bigger risk.
What are you guys seeing that y'all are selling the most right now of? What kind of houses?
Occupied properties. We've been picking up more Section 8 homes. You know, all that's required is it takes a little bit more work to get started up if you're not a Section 8 landlord, but you can also get a property manager who is Section 8 approved. So
Well, that's very interesting to me. Yeah. So I think that's a very good question that you should be asking, like, especially these big wholesalers in the city, like what kind of properties are you finding right now? Right. I mean, I think that's really interesting that it's a lot of like, and I'm telling you, if you're going to wholesale in this area, in this time zone, in this time, then it's going to be rental properties. That's what I teach all my students. It's going to be, so go after, like, your list should be like eviction list. You can get a list from Deanna, evictions. You can get a list from Karen on like absentee owners or landlords, right? If you're gonna be doing marketing, that's what you need to be focusing on. That's interesting.
Yeah. I think that's great. I think that's great news right there.
Yeah. Awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Stacey.
Actually, I get to actually meet the vendors now, because usually at the main meeting, I'm like running around like a crazy person and I never get to meet anybody. It's very nice to meet you. Okay. All right. Okay. Chip, you're up.
Hey, Stacy, how you doing?
We can't see your face. Are you hiding from us?
I'm hiding. So
Why? Because you haven't been able to shave, or like, oh no, your hair's growing out way too long. Is that what it is?
I've got my card displayed up there. You should be able to see it.
I know.
Although
Go ahead,
on the
introduce
bottom left corner, those are not the current terms. We'll talk about that. So I'm Chip Cagle. I'm with Bay Mountain Capital, and they've been lending in Georgia for a little over a year. I've been with them now for 2 months, just in time for COVID. Yay! But it's been good. We are still lending, unlike some lenders. So instead of the 100%, right now we're doing 90% of your purchase and rehab, up to 60% of your after repair value. That's for a 12-month loan at 12%, with 2 points at closing and 1 point at payoff. So you can see the website there, baymountaincapital.com. You can go there and put in an application, or you can call me at the number or email address that are listed up there.
So what are you seeing for types of houses that you're funding?
Yeah, we're doing all kinds of houses around Atlanta
Or property.
area.
What properties
And-
are you funding?
Say it again.
What kind of properties are you funding right now?
The fix and flips is what we do mostly of, but it's single family residences. And
So a lot of people are still doing rehabs, right?
yes,
What areas of the city are you lending in? Like what?
A lot
No,
of
you
them are
notice
in-
any specific lender? I mean areas or what?
yeah, a lot of them are in 30310, some in 12, 14, 16, Decatur. I went down to visit a couple of properties yesterday in Jonesboro.
Okay, cool. All right. So that seems like it's very south, not a lot of north or what?
Mostly inside the loop or south.
Inside the loop or south. Okay. Well, that's good to know. So people are still flipping inside the perimeter and south.
Right.
That'd be good. Nate, you're up to next. So Nate, you tell me what you're seeing because you're also a lender. Let's unmute you. What are you seeing?
Yeah. Hey, Stacy, how are you?
Hey, nice to meet you. Nice to see you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're seeing the same things. There's a lot of flips going on right now. So, my message has been for this whole thing is like, listen, don't get down, stay positive because there's a lot of deals out there right now that are going on. Obviously with a lot of lenders, as Chip had mentioned, a lot of lenders out of the business right now. There's substantial opportunities for investors to get in there and really get some good deals on houses. It's funny because, we talked 8 weeks ago and we see a lot of prices like, purchase contracts above what listing prices were. Now we're seeing a ton of purchase prices below what the listing prices were, just simply because there's not a lot of competition out there. So, I'm seeing a lot of investors jump into the ballgame right now. I would say right now, my message is that the cash is king right now. So those investors that have money, get into the market, take advantage of it because a lot of the high leverage lenders are out and we're kind of seeing the new norm right now, but there is a lot of opportunity. If you don't have money, partner up with someone. We will take JV partnerships. We'll take those partnerships and we'll take gift funds from family members. So be creative with things. But if you can get in there, there's a lot of business out there that's being had. I'm seeing a lot of stuff north of Atlanta right now. A lot of the stuff that's south tends to be a bit below our price point. But a lot of stuff going on in North Atlanta right now. So that's where I'm seeing a lot of action.
Oh, really? Okay, that's cool. All right. So basically lenders are saying anywhere in the city because Chip is doing south and you're doing north.
Yeah, I'll do it. I've got a couple flips going on in South Georgia. So it's not that, we'll lend anywhere in Georgia. Anywhere in the Southeast for that. But I will say that if you're within the Atlanta proper, the cash that's going to be required of you is going to be a little bit less than if you're further away from Atlanta.
Mm-hmm. I love it. Okay, cool. Good. Well, that gives me hope. So we've got people that are wholesaling and we got people that are rehabbing and we got lenders that are lending. So that's good. Awesome. All right, I appreciate it. Let's get on and make sure everybody puts their information in the chat. That's where you can find everything, okay? Okay, Dwayne, you're up.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's staying safe. My name is Wayne, Money Man C. I'm one of the funding mentors of our company, Limitless Lifestyles and Limitless Funding Source. And just to give you guys an update on what we do, we actually show clients how to leverage their personal credit to get access to business credit. So right now, I know a lot of people may not have jobs, and if they're still trying to get funding to actually purchase real estate, we do creative finance. So there's no stated income needed for business credit, but if you are able to show your W-2, you can get term loans. Clients typically get between $30,000 and $150,000 in about 14 business days, and you're able to duplicate this process every 6 months. So we do know the real estate market is still moving depending on which area you guys are located in. So if you guys don't have that startup capital only because you used it to, cover your expenses because of this pandemic, I encourage a lot of people to leverage their personal credit to actually get access to business credit that doesn't show on your personal credit and be able to leverage that cash to purchase properties 100% finance. So that's pretty much what we're doing right now. we've seen a actually influx of clients come in because a lot of people have been trying to get this SBA loan, and a lot of them are not seeing any results, you know, and we have our theories on why. So this is an alternative just in case you guys are looking for funding.
Okay, cool. Awesome. All right. So make sure that you put your chat information in the chat. Did you already do that?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if anybody wants to talk to Dwayne about getting financing as well, then he'll talk to you and tell you kind of how everything works with him. Awesome. All right. Thank you. Okay. Who's up? Nobody else is here. I don't see anybody. There's no cameras on, nothing. Is everybody done? Anybody else? Who's here? Okay. Let me, Janine's there. Let me get Janine real fast. Okay, unmute yourself, Janine.
Okay.
I mean, there you go.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, we've got dinner here, so I'm multitasking. Say hi. Hi, everyone. I'm Janine Best. I am what am I? I'm multiple things. So I'm a super group leader. I lead the Wednesday Real Women in Real Estate group with the South Atlanta RIA. That's in Peachtree Corners. I'm an investor-friendly realtor. I also have a storage facility that Stacy helped me obtain and work through, my first one. We have multiple long-term rental properties and one Airbnb. I've done 22 fix and flips in the past, but have kind of moved over to the passive income / realtor side. So if y'all are looking for an agent, especially for listings more than buying, because I know you all like to put in, 100 offers before one gets accepted. So, and you can do that on your own without an agent, and you certainly can negotiate better terms than having to pay commission. So I typically work more with investors on the listing side. So I'll put my info there. Also, I am having a virtual Zoom meeting for my super group next Wednesday, and that should be posted here soon, and I'll post it here in the chat as well.
That's a good idea. Post it here in the chat, and then you can always go to the events page on SouthAtlantaRIA.com and get the link to all of the events, all the virtual events, or you can go on the member site as well too. That's cool. Awesome. All right. I appreciate it, Janine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good dinner. Save some for me. Bye. All right. Elsia, you're up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elsia Holmes, and I'm a full-time entrepreneur and real estate investor. I do quite a few different things, from wholesaling. I also do rehabs. I do a lot of creative finance deals. My main focus right now is more on my passive income side, building up my passive portfolio. So I have multiple rental properties. I also have mobile homes, and I'm actually have some land that we're working on developing now to working to try to get it approved to be able to do a mobile home park on. So that's some of the stuff I'm doing now. I also train and coach people who are just getting started in the real estate investing world, or also people who may already have experience but are looking to get into avenues that they are not familiar with, like creative financing, whether it's subject tos, seller financing, lease options, and also the mobile home side as well, and single family residences. And so that's kind of a little bit about me. I run I'm with the Real Estate Investing and Freedom Club. That's the education division of our business. And I run the West Metro, yeah, the West Metro Real Estate Investing meetup for the South Atlanta RIA. And we generally speaking, we meet on second Wednesdays. Of course, we're not doing live events right now, but we will start doing some virtual things here pretty soon. I'm just getting some things lined up for that to be able to, best serve everybody with it. And, if I can help anyone, definitely let me know. I'll be glad to assist.
Okay, yeah, so anybody that lives like Douglasville, the west side, that's Elcia's side, right? So you can go to her super group and then you can meet everybody that's kind of locally, that's the local west side. So we do have like a north, south, east, and west group as well as all of the niches, right? So we got like, you know, short-term rentals and then we have like a wholesaling and tax liens and stuff like this. So just pay attention to the calendar on the events page and you'll see all the events, and some are virtual, some are not. And if it's virtual, it'll say virtual on it. Okay. All right, Mike, you're up.
Oh, all right. Hey, I've got my my at-home RIA kit right here. I didn't have wings, but I did have chicken ramen earlier, so it feels as much like the RIA as I can get it.
What are you saying? Because I provide alcohol at the RIA and some barbecue.
And free stuff always tastes better. So, but yeah, it's always good food. I miss that stuff. I'm the wholesaling supergroup leader for the South Atlanta RIA. I had forgot somehow to do the Driving for Deals event at Wholesaling 101, and I should have done it already. So I'm going to do that this Saturday at the same time at 12:30. You can get my phone number right here, or you can
oh yeah, it's right
post
there.
it up in the South Atlanta RIA Facebook group too.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have any questions, you can message me in here. And I'm going to be talking about driving for deals, where to drive for deals. I will even talk about how to drive for deals from home in seconds. So within a matter of seconds, you can drive around, get pictures of all the properties, mail them, and even skip trace them within seconds. So stay tuned for that. Yeah. And I've got 2 properties for sale. One's a duplex on the Beltline, and the other one is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. And so I can tell you all about that too. And then I believe I should have a course for a 12-week course on wholesaling that'll give you everything you need to get going.
Yes.
And this is the best time to get into real estate because a lot of you are furloughed or you're getting unemployment, so you're not working. So use this time at home so that when the coronavirus goes away, you won't have to go back to work. You can just stay quit. So this is that chance for you to replace your income. And then if you need a coaching call, a strategy session, you can do that through the South Atlanta RIA as well.
Awesome. I love it. Yeah. So what he's saying is go to the member site, and on the member site, there's a section called Ask the Experts. And Mike is an expert in the community, and he opens up his schedule for coaching calls and things like this. So you can book him. It does cost a little bit of money, but you can book him as a coach. The second thing is he has a 12 module wholesaling course. So if you go to the training section, I guess is where it's at, and then you'll see like Mike Watkins wholesaling course, and you can order that right off the member site as well too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm growing my beard out. I'm gonna see how long it'll
I
grow.
noticed you're looking kind of fuzzy there a little bit.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Thank you. All right, Chantel, you're up. Chantel. I've missed you, Chantel. Unmute yourself. You got to unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Unmute your. Uh-oh. Okay, now you're on.
Okay. I felt like I was locked in a cage or something. I couldn't get off mute. How y'all doing? I'm Chantel. I am mostly known for tax liens, but how I actually make my money is through long-term rentals. So that's my primary income source is long-term rentals. I do also have a rooming house. I'm also a licensed realtor, which I very rarely do anything with that license, but I work so hard for it. So I keep it just for when I need it. And also am the tax lien supergroup leader for South Atlanta RIA. So invite you all out to our virtual meeting next Wednesday at 7 p.m. if you're interested in learning about tax liens. It's an introductory course, so it introduces you to the concept of tax liens. And the information is posted on how you can register. It's a Zoom meeting. And normally that's an in-person meeting. We host it all over the city, primarily though in the perimeter area. But we do go other places to host that. So you can, that's not your area, you know, you can join us somewhere else. But so that's pretty much it about me.
So if you have a virtual meeting, can you post it in the chat for everybody? I don't know if you did.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah, I sent somebody in your organization an email about it too.
Yeah, Ivan has it too. So you can just go to the calendar and then you can get the link as well there. But just in case, you can put it in here too. Okay.
Okay, yep, I put it in there. I put the link where they could register for Zoom.
Okay, good. Yeah. Awesome. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guido, you're up. Hi. Uh-oh, unmute. Okay.
All right. Hey, everybody. Keto Johnson here, owner of Buy and Sell Incorporated. We're a full-service real estate brokerage here in Atlanta. Also on an enterprise called the Generational Wealth University. So been in real estate 22 years now. The best way I know how to explain what I do is if it has to do with residential real estate, I either still do it or at least I've done it at some point in the past. My focus right now is on education and mentoring, specifically individuals who are interested in buying and holding. And so with that, I teach people how to add $250,000 to their net worth inside of 12 months while increasing their cash flow to the point that they can leave their day job. And so if you're interested, I'll put my information in the chat, but I'm here to learn. I appreciate everything that you provide for us, Stacy.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
You as
You've
well.
been gone. You've been like in a whole different country.
Right.
I forgot to ask, did you bring me back anything?
I will next time, for real.
Next time you go to Africa, you can bring me back something?
Definitely. I would be back now if it wasn't for this COVID thing.
I know, I get it. Okay, all right. So, okay, I appreciate it. Okay, so there's nobody else here except for Linda. Linda, introduce yourself to everybody too before we get on to Whitney because she's here. Hang on, yeah. So, unmute yourself.
Here I am.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. My name's Linda Baumgarten. I specialize in buying condos and teaching people how to do that. I also am in the market for buying multifamily properties and apartment houses, which I've been doing also for many, many years. So I do have a free book on Amazon if you're on Kindle Unlimited. It's called Why Women Are Simply Better at Real Estate Investing. So it's good for men too. Feel free to download that one, and I'll put my contact info in there. But it's been, I was running the Connecticut RIA until I retired from that, and South Atlanta RIA is just one of the best groups that I've run into. So really glad to be part of this one, and I'm a member.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, awesome. Okay, let me mute you. Okay, we got two more that jumped on. All right, the very last minute. All right, unmute Mike. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay, there you're good.
All right, how's it going, everybody? I'm Mobile Home Mike, super group leader of Mobile Homes. I haven't been super active, right now. I've been kind of busy managing mobile home parks. But, if y'all try to get we just had a virtual meetup, was that earlier this week? No, last week about mobile homes, but I'm not the expert, but I try to, get some expert, speakers to come, and we just get together and learn together. So y'all got any questions? If I don't know, I'll talk to some experts to find out what I can find out and get back with you.
So Mike's group is the mobile home madness, and this group just started. Literally, it started like when COVID started.
Right.
So like he's only had one meeting, and then and then we couldn't have any more meetings. So, yeah. But after this, once we start getting back into the groove of things, if you're interested in mobile homes, highly recommend that you go to his group because he'll facilitate the group, and then he'll bring speakers in, and then everybody can share deals and all this kind of thing, right? So
exactly.
That's the new group. I know everybody's interested in mobile homes now. Everybody's asking about this. So.
Right.
Okay, cool, awesome. Thank you for getting on.
Appreciate it.
I'm gonna mute you and stop your video because we're about to start the main sections. Okay, Josh, you're up. Unmute yourself. Oh no, you're good. You're good. You can talk, or no, unmute yourself. Okay, can you unmute yourself, or should I unmute it? Unmute. 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 You have to. There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey everybody, I'm Josh Rand with Rand and Associates. As you can see behind me in my messy office, we are a very busy closing attorney working very closely with investors in the residential real estate community, solving a host of residential closing problems, whether that be double closings and pass-through funding to dealing with probate issues, lien clearance, and all the other things that you can think of relating to getting your real estate purchases to the closing table. We are located in Roswell, Georgia. Have been a loyal member to South Atlanta RIA and the folks in the group, and worked with Keto and some other folks that we'll hear from that are on here tonight. And not sure what else to say, but if interested, I guess just reach out to Stacy, and our information's on the website.
And put your information in the chat.
Oh, okay. Affirmative.
Everybody put your information in the chat, okay? And
right.
Josh is an investor as well too. So he's an investor and he's an attorney, right? That's the best kind of attorney to have, is somebody that's an investor, right? So so highly recommend working with Josh. Josh is the go-to, right? See, everybody loves you, Josh.
All right, cool. Thank you. Well, thanks everybody, and good to see. Thanks for your innovativeness with everything that's going on.
You got to do something, right?
I know.
Like everybody's calling me. Everybody wants to talk to me on the phone. Like, do you notice this? Like, people want to talk on the phone lately.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm too busy to talk on the phone. I'm not a phone person.
Oh, I spend all day, every day, either on the phone or somebody's coming in my office and we're putting out fires and getting things ready for closing. So
I've noticed a lot of people want to talk on the phone lately.
yeah.
So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to do a virtual thing and everybody can just talk to each other for a second.
That's cool. Let's do it.
All right. Awesome. I appreciate it. We'll see you soon.
All right. Sounds good.
I'm stopping your video too. Okay. All right. So next we have our very special guest. Hi. Unmute yourself.
Oh, crap.
There you go. You're unmuted.
I'm trying to do some technology around here. I've got a special presentation. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, share your screen. So everybody, and I'm introducing Whitney. I met her like, what, 2 years ago or something?
Yes. You spoke at the Knox RIA.
Yes.
In January of 2019. So we've been friends for just over a year. And then later that month, you came to Miami and spoke at my event. I mean, we're like BFF from go.
I know. She's awesome. So you guys are going to love Whitney, and let her just do her thing. And I'm going to be like in mute and off. So you have the whole screen. Share your screen.
You're the host. Will you enable?
Oh, can you not share your screen?
No.
Okay, hang on. Let me figure this out.
And the problem is I got a video playing in the background. I am that person with the music playing in the background while I'm trying to come on.
Okay, now try and see if you can share.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. All right. I'm out. I'll be here if you need anything. And if anybody has any questions, put them into the chat. And then are you going to pay attention to the chat, or do you want me to just jump on with questions or questions?
No, I've got the chat up on my other screen, and this makes it a lot more fun if you will talk to me in the chat while I'm presenting here, and that way I can be interactive with everybody. So everybody knows where the chat is, right? Y'all just type away in there.
Okay. I'm muting myself. Bye.
Bye. Thanks, Stacy. All right, y'all, this is going to be so awesome. I hope everybody can see my screen, because y'all give me a yes in the comment if you've ever seen this right here. Y'all ever been to the South Atlanta RIA meetings and walked up the stairs? Hey, Deanna, I see you out there. Yes, you have. You've seen these signs leading you to the way. You just know you're on your way to the South Atlanta RIA when you see this, right? Isn't it exciting? And I've got it playing in the background because this is when I was trying to figure out my iPhone. And so these are all like live pictures. Y'all been here? You seen all this? I know it's been a while since we met in person. So I want to take a, trip down memory lane a little bit and remind everybody what it's supposed to look like when we get together for RIA meetings. And I know y'all are at a different location now, but has anybody in this video? Chantel, are you in this video? Deanna, I know you're in this video. Y'all tell me when you see yourselves. All right, there's Stacy leading the pack, talking about Home Depot. Oh, Chantel, you're not there, dang it. Well, maybe I'll get a picture of you later here in a second. I visited the South Atlanta RIA meeting in August of 2019, and I got all these pictures, all these videos, because I didn't know what I was doing at the time. And look, that's me! Yay! Check out that guy in orange. This guy in orange at the front row, is that you? Yeah, buddy. See, look, I got pictures of all sorts of stars. And I got to say that this guy right here is Victor Jernigan. He was the president of the Knox RIA when we came to visit the South Atlanta RIA. Here's your speed dating room. If my pictures will keep going. Dang it. Can y'all see my pictures? Did it drop? Hold on. Let's see what I've done here. I can still hear it. There it is. All right. There's your super group leaders. Yay! We're doing speed networking. We got all our capes on. Y'all are looking fantastic. I don't know what's wrong. It's not sharing all of a sudden. Look at that. Taking selfies in the background. Why is it stop sharing? Does anybody know? Is it because I'm working on an iPhone and a desktop here? Well, we'll just skip this part then. Hold on. Let me stop sharing there and I'll escape. Dang it.
It's because Zoom is complicated.
It's like my laptop gave me this. Ooh, I can hear me in the background, but I can't see me.
You have to share. I think, are you sharing your screen? No.
Quiet. Okay, that's a mute button. That works for sure. Let me see if I can share a different screen.
Okay, yeah.
And if that'll work, we'll do it that way.
Yeah, what happens is when you share, you have to make sure you're sharing the right screen.
With the burst of colors? Man. Hold on. Momentary pause. Chrome is not responding. That's perfect. Let's open it up over here. I tried to do too much technology. This is why I don't do the technology, y'all. I do the real estate. Anybody else understand that? Okay, we'll just go straight into it then. Anyway, what I was gonna tell you. Okay, now I'm back, right? Y'all can see this, right?
Yes.
Jeez Louise. What I was gonna tell you is that I had a fantastic time at the South Atlanta RIA. So much fun. Well, hold on. Let me back this up because I've met some of y'all and we'll go through memory lane a little bit later. I thought we were gonna have a fun time with that, but apparently not. Let me just tell y'all though that I started real estate investing in 2009. I flipped my first house with my parents and I was broke. I was like 22 at the time. And so I didn't have anything to get started. So some of y'all are going to say, but Whitney, I don't have any money to get started. I'm going to say, it's okay. You don't even have to start with your parents if you don't want to. In 2012, I went to real estate school and got my real estate license. Y'all in the chat, anybody have a real estate license? I heard in some of your introductions that people have real estate license. Yes, yes. Some of y'all are realtors. One lady even said that she doesn't want to represent you when you're buying because you make those, deep discounted offers, but she wants to represent you when you're selling for top dollar. Absolutely. That's exactly how I felt about it as a regular realtor. Except I really wanted to be on the investor side of it. So in 2013, I bought some land. Anybody heard my story about buying a piece of land at public auction for $1,500 that cash flows $750 a month? Because yeah, I did that in the very beginning. And my first listing only made me like $800. So I figured out how to make almost $800 a month without using my license. And that's when I quit being a regular realtor. All right. Regular realtors are amazing, beautiful, wonderful, smart people, and they deserve every penny that they get. But my end goal was to not have to run around town like a chicken with my head cut off. I just wanted to see money come into my bank account every single month. Direct deposit, direct deposit. Yes, please. I wanted to be an investor. So I quit real estate agenting. I still have my license. In 2014, I got into houses. I went from a license to land to houses. The first house I bought didn't have a bathroom. The second house I bought didn't have central heat and air. I was not always winning. Okay, I'm gonna tell you all that too. In 2014, I really went broke trying to get rich. I went broke trying to get rich in real estate. I'd seen my mom be a real estate investor. I'd helped her flip houses. I was flipping dump trucks at the time. I was working for my family business. And in 2015, I said, you know what? I want to get into apartments. Land was fun. Houses was fun. Regular real estate was fun. But I'm really ready to get some of that big passive money that everybody's talking about. Let's buy some apartments. Oh, and in 2015, I became the broker for Woody Buys Houses. Then I got married. It was a crazy, crazy year. I flipped like 8 houses. It was insane, okay? So I'm telling you, real estate is risky. It's crazy busy sometimes. Passive income is usually very active income in the beginning, which means you have to be active to get the income. I don't know any of it that's truly, truly passive until I got into being a private money lender last year in 2019. So every year since 2012, I've either started a new business or started a new avenue of real estate investing. In 2016, I started coaching. In 2017, I moved to Georgia. Y'all were talking about North Georgia earlier. Anybody ever been to Rome, Georgia? Because I moved to Rome, Georgia. I've been married for a year, decided it was time to move in together and share a grocery bill, which was crazy, by the way, and slightly barbaric to have to share a bathroom with somebody and like agree on what to eat every night. It's crazy. It's crazy. I can't do it. So in 19, I moved back to Tennessee, but he still lives in Rome, works in Florida, totally different story. I left trucking though in 15, but by 2018, I was ready to get back into trucking. I bought my own dump truck, and just earlier this year, I became certified as a DBE in Tennessee. So some of y'all are telling me that you're too busy to get into real estate investing. I'm telling y'all that I had 4 full-time jobs when I started real estate investing. And as of right now here today, I have 9 companies that I'm running. Okay, part of it is because I'm kind of crazy, but part of it is because I like doing these deals. I like helping people. And I mentioned coming to the August meeting from South Atlanta REIA. Land Profit Generator was talking. I went with Victor Jernigan, who is the president of Knox REIA, hung out with Stacy in Miami and at the Knox REIA meeting. And then I just realized that these REIA meetings are so much fun. After the August South Atlanta REIA meeting, I went home and bought the Knox REIA from Victor. So now I'm the president of the Knox REIA. Stacy, come back up and talk to the Knox REIA again. Y'all, I didn't start out with all this crap going on though, okay? I didn't start out with all these headaches. I didn't start out with all these deals. I didn't start out with all these leads. I didn't start out knowing what I was doing, okay? I bought a house without a bathroom. I bought a house without central heat and air. I got to the closing table on the central heat and air house, and the seller laughed at me, told me they were so glad I bought that house. This is way back in 2013 too. So glad I bought that house because nobody else in town offered them nearly as much money. I knew right then that I'd messed up. And there was more to know than what I'd learned in regular real estate school. There was more to know than what I'd learned from my mama, watching her flip and fix these houses. There was more to know, and that's when I got involved with the REIA. So I got to give y'all a huge round of applause right now for being here at the South Atlanta REIA meeting and listening to me, but also y'all have a fantastic leader. Stacy is amazing. I've seen her in action outside of the South Atlanta REIA meetings. I've seen her out in real life at other REIAs, and she represents y'all so well, so well. I've seen her out at other, groups of lady investors, and she represents y'all so well. You have a great leader in Stacy Rossetti. So y'all give her a round of applause. And next time you see her, I would say hug her neck, but we're probably not going to be allowed to hug the next time we see her. So there's that. But anyway, that's the entire last 11 years of my life. Please don't hold yourself back from getting into real estate just because you're not ready to have all of these things going on. You don't have to. If you want to be a stay-at-home mom or a stay-at-home dad, you can totally be a real estate investor and make an extra 5, 10, 15 grand a month. You can. You can wholesale, you can lease option, you can do creative financing, you can set up assignments, you can do all sorts of things and help sellers in your area. Okay? Or you can keep your corporate job. If you love what you do, then stay there. Love it. Use that money to increase your passive income eventually. Use that money, use that W-2 to show sellers that you're qualified. Use the private money lenders that you have here. Help them get more money out there, do more deals. It helps all of us, okay? The tide rises all ships. I want everybody to make a whole bunch of money. All of y'all, go make a bunch of big Atlanta money. That way, Knoxville can make some of that, you know, smaller suburb money. I feel like Knoxville is a suburb of Atlanta, just so we're clear. Okay, so that's all about me. That's what we're doing now. I gotta tell y'all though, my number one goal since I went broke trying to get rich in real estate, my number one goal is to do these deals without any money. I spent my life savings buying that house without a bathroom. I spent my brother's life savings buying that house without central heat and air. It took us 18 months to fix and flip that second house because we'd have to work, buy stuff, and pray nobody stole it out of the house before we could pay somebody to put it in. We'd have to work, buy stuff, same thing over and over for 18 months. And that's also the house that the FBI busted and raided me. That was a different story that we don't have time for tonight. But that was the house that the sellers laughed at me. And that's also the house I have on Airbnb right now. So just because it's a lemon, it could turn into a good little money pot. It's all good. Keep going. So I want you to do this without any money because I don't want you to risk your life savings. I don't want you to risk your inheritance. I don't want you to risk your 401k. Real estate is risky. All right. And I also have to say, time out. I'm not an attorney. I'm not an accountant. I'm the broker for Whitney Buys Houses, but I'm not representing y'all. I'm just here to tell you what I've learned over the last 8 years so that you don't have to make my same mistakes. Okay. Everybody cool on that? All right. So now I help people avoid my beginner problems. And we're going to talk about sellers tonight. When we talk about these sellers, I want y'all to remember that I have a pretty simple mind. And I need things broken down in very simple terms. I like to have pictures. I like to have graphs. I like to have a video explanation. I take a lot of pictures you would have seen in my slideshow, but I love having a visual to respond back to things, okay? And I love talking to people who are getting into real estate investing and don't exactly have a PhD in, you know, mobile homes, like your mobile home leader. Don't have a PhD in tax liens or vacation rentals like Chantel has. They don't have a PhD in storage units like Stacy does, okay? I want to talk mostly to beginner investors, and then I want to help them grow into these PhD, big time real estate investors, super successful real estate investors. But what I found about even the super successful real estate investors, sometimes they appreciate a reminder of the basics. So that's what we're going to do tonight when we talk about sellers. A lot of times as you get into something, you become a professional, you get super seasoned at it, and you're super smooth, and you know your conversation and this and that and the other. Sometimes you forget some of these steps and you forget some of these sellers along the way. So I'm going to remind you of those sellers so that you can really connect with these sellers, because right now this world is crazier than it has ever been. Can we all agree to that? Give me a yes in the comments if it is just crazier than anything you've ever imagined. It's crazy, and it's going to get crazier. When I invest in real estate, I am working with creative financing. I'm really working with lease options and owner financing, subject to deals. I'm game for some wholesale deals, some assignment deals. Yes, it is crazy out there right now, and I really feel like creative financing is going to win. Cash and creative financing is going to win 2020. So let's talk about what kind of sellers are going to be down for a cash or creative financing type deal? Okay. I don't like the F word. Foreclosure is not a word that I deal with in real estate investing. Pre-foreclosure is not a word that I enjoy spelling out. It's too many letters in it for me. I like short, sweet words. Anybody heard of forbearance? It's going to be another opportunity to do deals, but foreclosures, pre-foreclosures, and forbearance are going to take money. And my goal, this is just me and my goal is no money, literally no money to do these deals and create this income. Okay? Because if you have no money invested and you make $10,000, you actually made $10,000. If you fix and flip a house and you got $110,000 invested and you make $10,000, doesn't seem like as much, does it? So my goal tonight, all the sellers I'm going to be talking about are not going to be in foreclosure. They're not going to be in pre-foreclosure, and they're going to be away from the forbearance. And I'll give you my 3 rules here in a couple minutes. So this is it. The basics. All right. Y'all tell me in the chat now. Can you see my screen? I got it working now? Yes, yes, yes. Woohoo! Thank you, Deanna. Thank you, Pete. I also have to brag on Deanna, the law clerk on demand. She came up to Knoxville last November and spoke to a big event that I had going on, and she was fantastic. Y'all have so many amazing members of the South Atlanta area. It's incredible. And I know Pete just popped up. I got to talk to him over the phone while Stacy and I were in Miami. All right, awesome. Let's rock and roll here. So the 4 types of sellers, I want you to think of this kind of like the Christmas story with Scrooge. There's past sellers, present sellers, future sellers, and then there's never sellers. Okay, so if you're taking some notes, I want you to think about past sellers like this. Anybody buy any houses that look like this? When I was in Rome, I bought 3 houses that pretty much looked like this in Rome, Georgia. And they were pretty bad, really bad, in fact. And I still have some land there in Rome, Georgia. So if anybody wants to own or finance a chunk of land in the city of Rome, holler. I got you some land that you're more than welcome to just give me some money on and get rid of for me before I have to start mowing it again. But anyway, these sellers are people that we could have helped in the past. A lot of real estate investors get involved in real estate investing because they know somebody that went through a bad experience. They either had a bad experience with a real estate agent, or they had a bad experience with a greedy real estate investor, or they had a bad experience with, you know, a wholesaler making them some, you know, bottom of the barrel offers, or they just had a bad experience. And so these real estate investors decided, I could get into real estate. I could figure that out. Well, you don't know what you don't know, right? And you can't help people in the past. You can't go back to the past and help these people make better decisions. So these are people, again, that are in foreclosure. There's a moment in time when people say, you know what? I didn't make this month's payment. I'm not making next month's payment, and I probably won't make the next month's payment. At that point in time, when they make that decision, you can help them then, especially if you're doing lease options and owner financing or creative financing subject to wraps. If you're doing any of that, then you can help them at the time they make the decision. But once they're 2, 3, 4, 18 months down the road and really into foreclosure, they're too far in the past. You can't really do anything. And it's okay that they got behind on payments. It's okay that they made a bad decision and bought a boat and refinanced their house and took a HELOC out and tried to fix and flip just like they see people do on HGTV, and it's so easy on TV. Why don't I just go do it? And then, oops, that house didn't sell and now I'm behind on my mortgage and that house. Like, good people get behind on payments. Good people get medical bills stacked up against them and they get behind on payments. They go through foreclosure. You know what happens after foreclosure? A lot of people are going to file bankruptcy. You know what happens after bankruptcy? They get divorced. What happens after that? They have to buy a Corvette to impress their 21-year-old girlfriend. You know what happens after that? They get a heart attack because she's not that interested and they end up in the hospital, and then they have the medical bills. Like, it totally snowballs, y'all. But you can't go back in the past and fix any of that. You're a real estate investor now. You need to be helping people now. These people in the past, you can't help them. Somebody said they were doing some fix and flips in South Georgia. My in-laws live in South Georgia, Colquitt, Georgia, Miller County, Georgia. Anybody know where that is? They have to pump in, not daylight, there's plenty of daylight down there, but they have to pump in internet service down there. Okay, Miller County. Anybody from Miller County know where Colquitt is? They had a hurricane come through. What happens if the hurricane comes through in September and the people don't put that pretty blue tarp out on the roof, and December rolls around, rain comes through, April comes through, produces May flowers, but now we got what, mold growing all over the kitchen, in the walls? What about tornado damage? Y'all had tornado damage up in Cartersville a couple years ago. Okay, that's North Atlanta. What happens when those people take that insurance money and don't fix the property like they were supposed to? And then 6 months later, they call you, and what was a good Mayo offer is now 50% even less than what it was because they didn't take care of it. But they want your offer from 6 months ago. They should have worked with you then. What about tenant damage that goes unfixed and unfixed and unfixed and unfixed? Like, some landlords get tired of being landlords, and instead of selling the property and getting rid of it, they just ignore it. Some inherited landlords don't even know how to deal with their tenants, and they definitely ignore the problems. Y'all seen any of those? You know what I'm talking about? They should have sold it 6 months ago, before the tenants got a new puppy for Christmas, and now the puppies tore up all the baseboards. Some of these sellers are in the past, and you can't help them in the past. They love their 70s shag carpet. It gives it character. Some of these people you just can't help. Some of these houses have been empty 10 or 20 years. Somebody was talking about driving for dollars online and getting leads and then sending these letters out. There's a house in the neighborhood that I'm looking at from this building. It's got to be empty. And it has been empty for 10 or 20 years. Sometimes y'all see empty houses, you just know there's nothing in there but the ghosts of the people that lived there 2 generations ago. Sometimes it's just too far gone. Sometimes y'all need to hire some people to help you find what this needs. And me, as a creative financing person, I don't like spending any money. So some of these are too far gone. They need too much flipping. I'll do lipstick on a pig. I'll put some mulch out front. I'll get it mowed. I'll pick the trash up out of the yard. But I'm not putting a new kitchen in it. I'm not redoing all the floors. I'm not giving it a whole paint job. I'll just do a little lipstick on a pig. Sometimes it needs too much flipping for me. And these are sellers that I can't help. It might even be a total tear down. I bought a house one time for $16,000 in the city of Knoxville. The backyard connected to the backyard that I lived in, so it was my land, basically an extension of my land. My great-grandfather said that I want to own all of my land and everything that touches it. So I have a little bit of that. I want to own my land and everything that touches it. So we bought my backyard, my extended backyard, for 16 grand. Got the house, we're going to rent it. It was amazing. We started tearing out the green toilet and the black spray painted shower. Found out that the subfloor was gone. Found out that the house was balanced on rocks. It looked like it was squared up. It wasn't. You could blow on it real hard and the house would have fallen down. We just tore the whole thing down. It wasn't worth it. And now we're thinking about putting a tiny house on it and doing a short-term rental on it and then turning this lemon into lemonade. Some of these sellers you just can't work with. They're in the past. and these deals are too far gone for you. Some of y'all love these deals, and I say more power to you. I just don't want to do it. It doesn't fit my 3 rules, and we'll get to my 3 rules in just a second. I like, and I want to encourage you to really think about present sellers. You see this dude right here? He is holding that house up. He is treading water. He is about a minute away from going underwater. And I want you to be that little life raft. You see that life raft that's coming in from the outside? You're going to come in and save his life. You're going to come in and save his marriage. You're going to come in and save his health, because the stress of this house is killing him. Look at this dude. He's wearing a suit. He's trying to climb the corporate ladder. He inherited this house and he does not want to deal with it. Y'all say yes in the comments if you've ever dealt with somebody like this, that they just don't want the house. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to deal with the tenants. They don't want to deal with the taxes. They don't want to deal with the insurance brokers. They don't want to deal with the property managers. They don't want to deal with any of it. They want to pretend this house never existed, and they just want to move on with life. Y'all ever dealt with anybody like that? Because these people are in Atlanta and all of the metropolitan area, the metro Atlanta area. They're all over the place. There are thousands of them, even in those pretty little Georgia subdivisions y'all got. They are out there. They are a present. They are ready for you to scoop up and help right now. All right? And they're a present because they're a gift. Some of y'all are saying, I can't find anybody to work with me. I can't find anybody to work with me. Well, that's because you keep talking to past sellers. I want you to find some present sellers, because the whole conversation changes when you start dealing with people who need you, people who want you. Present sellers want you real bad right now. Yes? Y'all been there? You know those sellers? Yep. How about tired landlords? Anybody bought a house from a tired landlord? These people, you got to strike while the iron is hot, though, because today's the 6th. If rent was due on the 5th, they got a tenant that they're mad at. You got to get in there today, because by the tenant pays and pays the late fee, then suddenly they're not as mad for another month. All right? But some tired landlords, and I've been there, where I said, I'm selling the whole thing. I'm selling everything. Somebody just make me an offer. I'm going to sell everything today. And I felt that way for about a week. If somebody would have put a contract in front of me, I would have sold all 15 houses that I have right that minute. Y'all got to help present sellers. These are people that have had these houses for 7 years. Anybody seen that Marilyn Monroe movie? And I'm a millennial and I've seen this movie, okay? So y'all don't tell me that I'm too old and not in your generation to be seeing this movie. Marilyn Monroe made a movie called The 7-Year Itch. She starred in a movie called The 7-Year Itch, and it was about a marriage, and after 7 years, you get a little tired, you want to, do some things differently, maybe try out some other people, try out some different things, maybe change your hair up a little bit, but after 7 years, people go through a change. Landlords, after 7 years, a lot of them have that thing paid off, and it's not a shiny new penny anymore. And they get tired of dealing with tenants, toilets, taxes, and all the other troubles that come with it. Exactly. Call call Deanna and get the eviction list. All right. Mail to these tired landlords and say, hey, y'all tired of these deals? Let me help you get rid of these people. Let me help you find a different solution. It's all about the timing here. Maybe even before they hit the eviction list, you want to get in front of people, pull a list of people that have owned, absentee owners, for more than 7 years, because they've got that itch that they want to dump their houses and get into storage units. They want to dump their houses and get into mobile homes. They want to dump their houses and get into hotels. They want to dump their houses, get all that money and become private money lenders and just live on the beach at Destin. These people need you, and they're ready to make a deal right now. These are the people that are super stressed out about COVID-19, the coronavirus. They're thinking, I'm done, it's over. Somebody cash me out. I can't handle this. I'm just gonna, sit in the corner and cry. These are the people that you need to be mailing to right now. These are the sellers that you need to be mailing to and talking to right now, because the timing is perfect. They are over it. They are done. They are ready to move on. And I want you to be there to catch what they're throwing away. They're going to be throwing away deals. I heard it earlier. Somebody said that they couldn't get properties under contract 2 months ago. Now these properties are listed for less than what the offers were 2 months ago. People are stressed, y'all. You can help them, and there's nothing wrong. It's not greedy. We're real estate investors. If we were doctors and we saw somebody bleeding, we would be expected to help them. We're real estate investors. People are bleeding money. We have to help them. We have a responsibility to help them. We have to get in there and help them. The way we help them is by buying their unwanted properties. Nothing greedy, nothing wrong about that. Okay? Let's talk about accidental landlords. Anybody ever dealt with an accidental landlord? Not a tired landlord, an accidental landlord. Anybody know what that is? These are the people. My mom was an accidental landlord in the very beginning. 1979, 84, 88. Good years for my mom. The year she got married, the year I was born, and the year my brother was born. Okay? My mom bought a house, got married. They lived in that house when I was born. When they had my brother, that house wasn't big enough anymore. So they bought a new house. But they didn't sell the old house. You following me? They just rented it. They didn't sell it. They just rented it. So she didn't buy a house on purpose to become a landlord. She bought a house, moved in, started her family. The house wasn't big enough. She moved out, got another house, and rented the old house. This is an accidental landlord. Anybody ever dealt with an accidental landlord? Anybody like out there an accidental landlord? It's all good. It's still real estate investing. It's all good. But what happens when the accidental landlord, Callie says she's an accidental landlord. It happens. It's perfect. It's a great way to get started. I think the cool kids call that house hacking now. When my mom did it in the 70s and 80s, it was just called buying a house and buying another house. It wasn't anything about house hacking. Now that's called house hacking, and it's brilliant. All right, there's a whole book on it. So some accidental landlords end up with 2, 3, 4 houses this way. But what happens when they have to take care of their kids, then their parents get older, and then they have to take care of their parents. So they have 2 different jobs, and this happens to men and women. And then they're working a job, a real job, and they're trying to climb the corporate ladder. So there's another bucket that they got to fulfill. They've got church obligations. They're the PTA president. They're the baseball coach. They, take on selling Tupperware, or, they take on a second job on the weekends selling cars, or they got a buddy that's going to start digging pools, or, they just start doing all these things, and everything's cool as long as their renters are paying. But then somebody moves out of one of their houses and they go over there and look at it, and y'all, this gives me chills to even think about. Those tenants didn't take good care of the property. Now, they've been there for 12 years and paid rent and basically paid off this house for these people, but they left it in terrible shape. And you know what happens then? Those accidental landlords don't have the $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 going to take to put new carpet in it, to paint it, to put some new mulch out, to redo the driveway, or, whatever else needs to be done. Maybe put granite in the kitchen or paint the cabinets. They don't have the money because they weren't saving that money. They were just spending it as fast as it came in as soon as that house was paid off. Anybody dealt with somebody like that? These people exist. I know they exist. We talk to them all the time. These people exist. So you know what they do? They just ignore it because they got all these other things going on. They say, I'll take care of it this winter. We'll go paint it this winter when I'm off work, when I'm not teaching school every day. We'll go take care of it later. So the house just sits. You know what happens when the house sits? It gets worse. It does. What was going to be a $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 thing is now looking like $20,000, $25,000, $30,000 to fix, and it's the dead of winter. You know what these people do? they get your yellow letter, they see your bandit sign, they call and say, hey, I can't deal with this house anymore. I got too much life going on. My tenants left me. It's a mess. Will you just come make me an offer and buy it? Yes, I will. Be right over. Okay? These are people that need you right now. These are the people that I say they have the real estate sins. They know they should have taken better care of this property. They know they should have monitored their tenants a little bit better, but they weren't that worried about it because the tenants were paying. What's the problem? Until the tenants leave, and now we got a big problem and no money to fix it. So those are accidental landlords. They need you right now in the present. The other landlords that need you are death and divorce landlords. Y'all ever dealt with somebody who inherited a property because grandma or grandpa passed, mom or dad passed, and so the kid inherits the property, but they weren't trained on how to screen tenants. They weren't trained on how to call the plumber to get somebody to come fix this leaky toilet. They weren't trained on this. Also, they don't have this landlord mentality scraped out in their brain. So they become basically accidental landlords, and they call you and say, I already got a kid, I got my parent I'm taking care of, I got my job I'm taking care of, I'm just too busy, I'm grieving, I'm trying to deal with all this stuff, I got this big tax bill, I got all these things, will you just come by my house? Yes, I will. Be right over. They need you right now. It's the same with divorce. People go to court and get divorced, and the judge says you got to split the portfolio. You get house A, C, and F. You get house B, W, and X. And the wife says, well, I've been a stay-at-home mom. I don't know how to balance the books. I don't know how to advertise this house. I don't know how to find tenants. I don't know how to get people to help me. What am I supposed to do? She hires a contractor. He charges her at least $15,000 too much, doesn't fix anything, and leaves with her money, won't answer her calls, texts, nothing. Y'all, these people need you right now, and you are literally saving their life. You're saving their money. You're saving their marriage. You're saving their sanity when you will start talking to them. Talk to them. Let them know right now, I can help you right now. Some of these people went through all these situations 6 months ago, and you're just now saying, you know what, I can help them. I know somebody exactly like that. I can help them now. Yes! Yes, you can, and yes, you should. All right, this is your job as a real estate investor, whether you're part-time or full-time. These are the people you have to be helping today. Thousands of people woke up today in, I don't even know all the Atlanta zip codes, but woke up all over Atlanta today, stressed out, crying in the kitchen floor, picked a fight with their wife over money. They were mean to their kids. They said awful things because they're stressed about the real estate. If somebody would just come take this real estate problem away from them, they could live their real life that they're supposed to be living without these problems. As real estate investors, we solve problems. That's what we get paid for. Solving people's problems is literally our job all day, every day. If you don't like problem solving, there's a space for everybody in real estate, but property management might not be yours if you don't like problem solving. Hire somebody for that. Be a private money lender. It's fine. There's thousands of ways to make money in real estate. You don't have to be a buy and holder, but if you're going to be a buy and holder, you need to like problem solving. If you're going to be a wholesaler, you really need to love problem solving. Okay? Go solve these people's problems, y'all. They're losing sleep. They're about to drown. The house is going to go underwater, and you are their life preserver. Okay? You're their life preserver. You've got to throw them a life raft and save them. Take that house away. This dude would just start doing the backstroke if you take that house off his problems list, off his shoulders. Okay? Does that make sense? Everybody with me? Past and present sellers? Let's talk about future sellers. Everybody with me on past and present before we get too far into future? Okay, awesome. Deanna says yes. So future sellers are doing this balancing act. Lori says yes. Future sellers are doing this balancing act where it's okay. They've got some mortgage debt and it's kind of weighing them down, but they're bringing in this monthly money and it kind of balances out. But what happens when the debt starts to get heavier than the monthly income? What happens when they look at their books at the end of the month and they have to pay taxes even though they thought they were making money every single month on this rental house? What happens to these people when they have to skip vacation because they don't have tenants in their property and they have to come out of pocket to pay the mortgage this month? Ooh. Those are people that you're going to help in the future, because right now they're balanced out. Okay? But they're going to come to you in the future. You know why colleges make money? You know why universities make money? Because there's a new batch of freshmen that come in every single year. That's a new batch of tuition coming in every single year. It's like the ocean. It's just a wave after a wave after a wave after a wave, just keeps on coming. All right, it's kind of like Atlanta traffic. It never stops. They just keep on coming. I don't even know where everybody's coming from, but y'all just keep on coming through. Right? These are people that you don't even know exist. But they're out there. And they're kind of getting tired. Maybe they've had this house for 3 or 4 years. Maybe they're pushing 6 or 7 years. They're not quite to the 7-year itch yet, but they are thinking that maybe this is more of a flip project than I was ready for. Maybe I bit off more than I could chew. Maybe I don't really want to take on 10 apartment units at the same time. Maybe I should have bought a duplex. They're kind of tired. They're slightly annoyed. It's okay that one of my tenants didn't pay in my triplex this month and they paid late last month. That's okay. The other 2 people paid until something else happens and the factory gets shut down and then they don't have any tenants paying. Now they're super annoyed. But right now they're just slightly annoyed. They're just kind of waiting on something to happen. They're not advertising anywhere that they're thinking about selling because they haven't even really discussed it with their spouse. Maybe they talk to their hairdresser about it. Maybe they talked to the barber about it. Maybe they consulted their preacher about it, but they haven't really started talking about it. You know, they've just been kind of running the ideas by some people. But these are the perfect people to send a yellow letter to. Y'all ever sent anybody a yellow letter and they call you back and say, how did you know I was thinking about selling? You know, I'm just smart like that. Those are your future sellers. These are the people that you want to be planting seeds in their head. I see some of y'all on Facebook and you're talking about, I'm helping this person, I'm helping that person, I just closed this deal, and yeah. I love those posts. I love seeing those posts because those posts plant seeds in your future seller's head so that when they're ready to sell, they send you a message. They DM you on Instagram. Your present sellers are feeding your future sellers every single day when you post that stuff on Facebook. These are the people that when you mail a yellow letter, you think, oh, I sent 100 yellow letters this week and only 2 people called me back. This was awful. Yeah, only 2 people called you back right now. But then 6 months later, 3 people called you back. And all 3 of those people are now present sellers ready to sign your contract. When you sent the yellow letter in May, they weren't ready. But by October, they kept your yellow letter and they called you. They kept your postcard and they called you. They kept your business card that you handed out at the BNI meetings. Future sellers will become present sellers when they are ready. That's why you have to keep going. There are people out there today that you can help. but there's going to be a new batch of freshmen coming in every single day, every single month. Somebody else is going to get tired. They're going to get more annoyed, and that's fine. That's why you have to stay in there. You have to keep going. You have to keep growing. You have to keep investing in yourself. You have to be a member of the South Atlanta RIA meeting so that you can pour into these subgroup meetings and you can learn all these skills that they're giving you. You've got to keep going. We don't even know these people are watching us. We don't even know they exist sometimes. They're just a name on our list, but they're your future paydays. They're your future assignments. They're your future lease options. They're your future owner finance deals. You just got to keep planting those seeds because they're watching. They're watching you on Facebook. They're watching you on Instagram. They're watching you on YouTube. They're seeing you check in at South Atlanta RIA meetings. They're seeing you be involved in other things. They're seeing you check in at closings. They're watching. And as soon as that debt starts to dip a little bit lower and that money doesn't counteract it a little bit more, that's when future sellers are going to become present sellers. Now we got never sellers. Can you imagine somebody who is happy in real estate? Somebody who loves their life? Can you imagine a seller asking astronomical prices for this house? I mean, this thing is just sticks and bricks strategically placed together, and they think it's worth $1 million. Y'all know any sellers that are never sellers? They're happy, they love their portfolio. I'm a never seller right now. There was a time when I was a present seller. I'm probably a future seller. I'll sell sometime. My mom thinks sell is a bad 4-letter word, but I will sell sometime in the future. That's fine. Upgrade, change some things around. I've got my starter portfolio right now, but eventually I'll be a seller. Right now, currently, I'm a never seller. I'm happy. I love my life. I would probably ask crazy, ridiculous prices that I probably could have got last summer, but I won't be able to get this summer. Y'all know anybody that is a never seller? They've got outrageous demands. Like they want over asking price and they want you to pay the moving company to move them out. They've got ridiculous things in their contract, like they want to use their own title company. They want to have their agent represent everything, even though they're going to be paying their agent and getting less money at closing. Seriously? Never sellers are out there. And it seems like a lot of times as new investors, you keep finding past sellers and never sellers. And like Stacy just said, there are a lot of never sellers out there. Those never sellers end up leaving their properties to accidental landlords, to death and divorce landlords. And then those never seller properties come back around to you. That's why you have to stay in real estate. There's thousands of ways to make money in real estate. There's short money, money now, and future money. It's all good money, okay? These are the sellers that drag out the process. They got to clean the family heirlooms out of mom's house that nobody's seen in 6 years, but they clearly need to go get before closing. Y'all just forget about them, okay? Don't chase them. Don't run them down. Don't try to show them how smart you are. Don't, bring the circus to town just to show them how amazing you are. Just leave them. Let them stay happy. Let them love their life. Let them ask crazy prices. Tell them to call your competition. Okay? You don't need to work with these people because when you focus on present sellers and you keep the door open for future sellers to come in, just tell never sellers to go away. Tell them to go to Never Never Land. Let them live there happily ever after. All right? This is a video representation. If you're still not clear what a never seller looks like, this is it. It's Daffy Duck rolling around in his money. This is exactly what a never seller looks like. Just leave them, let them be. They might come around, they might not. So y'all want to know what my 3 rules are for real estate investing? The reason I focus on these sellers so much is because they really fit my mold. When y'all were dating, I hope you had some standards. I hope your mama told you to have some standards. Gentlemen, it's okay, you had some standards. Ladies, it's okay, you have some standards. I had 3 rules when I was husband hunting. I won't tell you what they were, but I had 3 standards. And I've developed 3 rules in real estate investing. And y'all, real estate investing is a lot like dating when you think about it, because you got to go out, see a lot of properties before you're going to get something under contract. Before you're going to walk down that aisle, you got to go on a lot of bad dates, figure out what you don't want to deal with before you find out what you do want to deal with, right? So these are my rules. I want the house current on payments or completely paid off. No mortgage, no liens, no debts, no nothing on it. Okay, which usually means they're happy houses. I don't like sad, sappy houses in bad neighborhoods. That's what I ended up with when I was investing in Rome. I bought 2 houses for $2,500. I sold one of them for $15,000 on payments. The other one, now I have about $15,000 in, and the house isn't even there anymore, and I had to go to court, and it was a mess. Woo! Rome. Right? Anybody investing in Rome? I also want the house empty. Why do I want the house empty? Regular realtors will tell you, experienced wholesalers will tell you that it's a lot easier to show a house if it's empty, because then you don't have to worry about the dog schedule and when it's free in the house and when it's peed in the house. If the house is empty, you don't have to worry about any tenants in there telling your buyers what's really going on. They're going to find out when they do the inspection, but that might lower their offer in the very beginning. I want it empty because as soon as I sign the contract that I'm going to be able to do a lease option on it, I want to put a lockbox on the door. I want to put a sign in the yard. I want to take pictures while the seller is still there with me. I want to be uploading it to the Big Z and Craigslist right there while I'm there. I want to tag and check in on Facebook while I'm there. And if the house is empty, it is so much easier to do all of that. There's no junk. There's no people. There's no animals. I don't want anything in there but the dust bunnies and the opportunity ahead of me to make some money, honey. I also don't want any other agents because I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But a lot of regular realtors kind of skip that section on creative financing, and they don't fully understand owner financing or lease options, and so they kind of poo-poo on it. I teach lease options, and I'm about 50-50 in my class, agents and non-agents, and I decided that I wasn't going to teach agents for free. So if they wanted me to teach them what I was doing, they were going to have to pay for it like everybody else. So I don't deal with other agents because I'm not teaching them for free and because they just don't get it. They don't get it. They are in their box. They only know one way to make money. They only know one way to make sure their broker gets paid so that they stay off their back. And that's to go to closing, regular closing. And that's fine. Let them do it. But y'all, we're investors. We know thousands of ways to make money. There's lots of ways to do these deals. And sometimes regular realtors just don't want to play. So you don't have to have these rules, but I do encourage you to have rules, have standards, have a place where you know that you'll buy these deals. Your buyer's list will appreciate that. And yeah, empty houses are the same thing as vacant houses. Nothing there but hopes and dreams of you turning this into a little money-making machine. So that's what I got. I know that was very basic, very beginner level, but I really hope that it helped you clarify the different types of sellers so that you can realize you don't want to bang your head against a wall talking to a never seller. You can leave them to their happy little life and move on.
Awesome.
Stacy, did I miss
loved it.
anything?
Okay, so before she leaves, does anybody have any questions for her? Anything, final questions, anything? And where can everybody find you? I know you're everywhere, but where can everybody find you?
Most places, she buys it. She buys it.
SheBuysIt.com, right?
Yeah, SheBuysIt.com, or Instagram is She Buys It. I think YouTube is She Buys It. Facebook is She Buys It. Most places She Buys It. Or if anybody's ever in Knoxville, come check out the Knoxria.
Yeah, she owns the Knoxria, right? So if you're ever in Knoxville, definitely go up there too. Okay, guys.
Any questions?
Any questions? Any comments? Anything like this? Newbie. Okay, she's got a question. Somebody's got a question.
Awesome. If the home is current on their payments, why would a seller be motivated to sell? Some sellers are current on their payments, but they're skipping things like vacations. They're not getting a new car. They're not moving. They're not doing lots of different things because they're making 2 payments sometimes. They're current. They want to keep their credit in good shape. They don't want to get behind. They don't want to go down, foreclosure, bankruptcy, that whole thing. So they're fighting tooth and nail. They're working 2 or 3 jobs and driving Uber so that they can stay current on their payments, but they are about to drown. They are super happy to sell or let somebody do a lease option and take over their payments. Excellent question.
Good one. Okay, good. Any other questions? Final questions? Anything?
Y'all, thanks for hanging out with me. And I know Christy's going to do amazing and have a lot of awesome stuff to tell y'all. I can't wait to listen and hear what else is going on. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. You did awesome. Thank you so much. I'll talk to you soon. I'll put you on. You can hang on. I'll just put you on mute, okay?
Cool.
Mute and stop your video. All right. Okay. Awesome. On to the next. Totally. And y'all, just so you guys know, it is for 2020. All right. For the South Atlanta RIA, it is the year of the woman. The year of the woman. So what that means is every single main meeting, I'm only having women speakers. That's it. Right? Because there's like too many men out there. So I think all these people that are coming in, it's going to give everybody such a different mindset, I think, because we think totally different. We do, right? So the way that we teach and think is different. So again, Christy is a totally awesome investor out there. I've known her for many years. So you can introduce yourself, and I'll be on mute. So pay attention to the chat. Do you have the chat up as well?
I do. So we'll see if I can get all this working.
Okay. All right. So, and you're going to share your screen, right?
I am.
Okay. All right. And I'll be here just in case. Okay. Okay. If you can't find the chat, then don't worry. At the end, we'll just jump on and we'll do questions at the end.
Awesome.
Okay? All right.
Stacey. All right, guys, give me just a second. I'm going to get everything up with my presentation, and then I'm going to share and hopefully. All right, let's try this. All right, can you guys see my screen?
No, we can't. Uh-oh, now we can't see your screen. Sorry, and I just muted you. We can't see your screen.
Okay, hang on. Let's try this. Did that work?
Yes, that worked. Okay.
Awesome.
And now we can see the slides on the side, so just make it into to the regular view.
Awesome.
There
And can
you go. You're good.
Can you see me on here too, or just?
Yes, we can see you as well. You're good. You're perfect.
Awesome. All right. Well, welcome everyone. I know it's later in the evening, so hopefully you have your coffee or your wine ready, right? I want to make this exciting tonight. I want to pull up the chat box, which I'm going to try to do right now. And if I can, that would be awesome. And if I can't, then like she said, we'll pull it up at the very end. So my name is Christy Duckett Harris. So it's interesting. A lot of people, I was one of those people that got married very late in life. So everyone knows me from my maiden name, Christy Duckett. And then I got married, and I'm one of those people that everything happened so fast. Like I literally got married and had kids so quick that I never legally changed my name. So I just added my married name onto the end. So it's Christy Duckett Harris. So you might see me all over across the board in both aspects. But I've been investing in real estate since 2007, and I love real estate. And to give you a little background about myself, I actually grew up in a super small town in Culpeper, Virginia, if anybody knows where that is. I can't find my chat box. I'm actually gonna pull this down and see if I can pull it up, because I would love to see what you guys are saying. Let's try this. There we go. I think I got it up. Okay, let me see. All right, awesome. Does anybody know where Culpeper, Virginia is by chance? I don't see anything on there. So anyway, it's a small farming town in Virginia, and I grew up there on a farm. Actually, my dad's a farmer. With all this COVID going on right now, you know, there's the panic in the meat market. Actually, I immediately called my mom and said, hey, is Dad butchering a cow anytime soon? Can we get that together? So he actually is. So I'm going to be picking up some meat from there and putting it in our freezer in the basement. So I was like, what a great time to have a dad as a farmer, right? With a garden and everything else. So I grew up there, and I grew up with a background that was very conservative minded. And my parents are still like that. I was raised in the, you know, you work hard. My dad worked very hard, taught me, go to college. I'm going to pay for you to get your degree. And then you get, guess what? And everybody knows this, a good job, right? So I listened to my dad because my dad is a super smart man, and I went off to college and I got my degree. Unfortunately, I got my degree in psychology. So I say unfortunately because in order to make any money in psychology, you really have to go on and further your degree, which I didn't want to do. I mean, I love school for the social atmosphere, but I didn't necessarily love school. So it kind of put me in this position where I thought, gosh, you know, there's got to be something better out there. And I jumped into corporate America. It's funny. I started out actually selling insurance because I found shortly after getting my psychology degree and investing all this money that I really wasn't ever going to be able to use my degree. So I realized either going into sales or something of that sort was going to be where I headed into. And I actually started selling insurance. And I hated it. It was awful. I literally lasted a month. And my father almost had a heart attack when I told him, listen, I'm going to be quitting my job. And I had a great job, you know, making good money. And I said, I'm going to quit because I know I'm smarter than this and I know I can find something better. And he literally, I thought he was going to lose it. He's like, you are not quitting, stay there, get this job, retire. This is the way to go. And of course, like, you know, every great child, now I realize that, as you can see, I have 2 kids. I decided I wasn't going to listen to that, and I quit. So shortly after, which is interesting, if anybody's familiar with Enterprise Rent-A-Car, you probably rented a car for numerous different reasons. I went in there actually to rent a car and started talking to someone there. And they said, hey, listen, you know, you should apply to work here. And I thought, like, oh, rental cars. Well, it was interesting. That kind of started my launch into corporate America. And I didn't realize what a great kind of system and training program they taught. So Future Forward, it was cool to see the business they ran and how I could kind of implement that into my real estate. The same systems and principles, but also, unfortunately, it again was a job that I realized I worked really hard. And I'm the type of person who I don't just show up to collect a check. I work hard, and I realized, unfortunately, I was working hard and as hard as anyone. And the real problem was I was like in the same, you know, bracket of making money. I wasn't getting ahead like everyone. I'm sure a lot of you share that. And I thought, like, this just isn't where I want to be. Like, I'm not happy with this. You know, there's got to be a better way. So I literally jumped into another corporate job, and I did this for, you know, my early 20s into my mid to later 20s. And I just was never happy. I was so unfulfilled. And it's interesting because I always went back to thinking about, like, my dad. He always owned real estate. The problem was, guys, you know, he's now 73. He's a super technician. He did everything himself. I remember being home from college one semester, having to help him paint a rental property because the people didn't pay rent. He never filed eviction. He did everything wrong. So even though he did everything wrong, he owned these homes free and clear. So it was always in my head that real estate was a great avenue. I just didn't know, you know, what I could do with it and where I could go from there. So in 2007, actually, I was living in Orlando, Florida at the time. And I went to a seminar like most of you guys, and I joined the RIA and I started learning, and I really realized like I loved real estate and I knew I could make money in it, but I just needed the right system. So as you guys know, in 2007, interesting time to get in the market. It was not the best time to necessarily get into the market and do. And I got in, but I was flipping houses and I was doing okay. And the great part about having a super conservative mom and dad, my credit was like A1 perfect. I had zero debt because I always lived the life of doing that because I didn't know any different. That's, you know, really what my dad had told me to do. So I listened. And then I soon found that, you know, again, that was never, you know, going to get me ahead because I was a technician. So I just worked and worked and worked and worked. Well, what's interesting is the business was going okay. And I was able to get out of corporate America and then start looking at, you know, investing full time. And because I was living in Florida at the time, there were a ton of mobile homes. I just kept coming across mobile home leads and I didn't necessarily know what to do with them, but I knew there was a business in them and there were gentlemen that mentored me. And I asked them, like, what do you think about getting into mobile homes? And they said, you're out of your mind. You're crazy. Don't do it. Stay away from mobile homes. And like every good student, I didn't listen. I was like, there has got to be a way to make money in this. Like I'm seeing that a lot of retirees are moving into them, a lot of people that are on fixed income. So I thought like, there's got to be something out there. Now this was like, you know, 2008, 2009. And I started researching and it was like, there was really nobody out there teaching it very much at all. It was really kind of like this untapped market. So it led me to a position that I felt like there had to be something out there, you know, to learn and educate. And I came across a gentleman named Lonnie Scruggs. And I don't know how many of you have heard of Lonnie Scruggs or know him. And I'm actually going to downsize this for a minute to see my chat board. No, the slides aren't advancing. We're just going to stay on this for just a split second, but they will. And I'm actually going to keep my slides like this because this might be easier and then kind of go back and forth. But what ended up happening was Lonnie Scruggs wrote a book and it's called Deals on Wheels. Can you guys let me know if any of you have read that book at all or come across it? Deals on Wheels. I don't see anything popping up. Nope. Okay. Good. So that's a book to write down. So it's really cool. Lonnie was like the pioneer of mobile home investing. It's cool. I'm starting to see a couple of you have read it. So he taught a really old school basic way of buying mobile homes and owner financing them or selling them. So like I knew I was onto something. He was just very old school in the sense that he didn't necessarily, you know, believe in the big business and the internet. That was like beyond his years. So what ended up happening is I mentored with him and his wife, and he was in his 80s and he was super smart, and he came across mobile homes because he had an apartment complex and a lot of single family homes. And one time he traded a mobile home on a deal for collateral. And it was interesting to me because I thought, okay, there's something to this. So I started digging deeper and I found that there were like so many investors in single family homes and so many people in commercial real estate and apartments and all this great stuff. The problem was when you went to mobile homes, everyone said, stay away from them. They're depreciating assets. They're garbage. They're trailers. You want to stay out of them, which is probably some of the stuff you guys have heard. And just by like a show of yes or no, how many of you have ever invested in a mobile home? And I know earlier there were two people actually on that said they had done some stuff, which is kind of cool to see. And I feel like if you're in Atlanta, you should be investing in them because they're everywhere, especially when you get on the outskirts. So give me a yes or no if you have. Okay, good. I see some me's. And how many of you from a show have actually come across a lead at all and thrown it to the side? Has anybody come across something and said, oh, mobile home, what do I do with this? And kind of just said, yeah, I don't know, let's just chuck it to the side, which happens quite a bit. So it's interesting. Back in 2009, I was like one of the first people and probably like one of the youngest at that time that was really getting into mobile home investing. And I met pockets of people all across the United States. And I thought like, this is big. And I'd always been a big believer in education. I believed in educating yourself. I had literally gone to many training seminars. Stacy and I actually, I'm affiliated Fortune Builders. I was a student through them. That's how I met her with coaching. So I've coached thousands of students. And like my love and passion really was mobile homes, because it really made me realize it was an avenue that people could get into at a very small amount. You could do everything you could with single family homes, even though a lot of people believed that you couldn't. It was just, there was not really only miseducation out there. There's really just no education. So for a really long time, years, I kept telling myself, I need to write a book. I need to write something. I need to like educate people. So I started finding, like, over the course of the years, I have actually myself owned mobile home parks and gotten into stuff like that. And I actually found that there were more and more people coming in, and Warren Buffett, of course, right, guys, one of the biggest owners of mobile home parks. So, you know, like when that started to pick up and catch traction, you're like, there's a business out here that like someone needs to tell people what to do. So I want you to look at that screen. These are like my pride and joy. So maybe this is why I left the slide on so long. That's my husband, Noah. And I have 2 boys, Cruz and Court. That's a very old picture. They are actually now almost 5.5, almost 6 and 4. Actually, Stacy was pregnant with Lillian when I was pregnant with Court. So as you can see, I have a really busy life. I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm a business owner. I'm now a homeschool teacher because of the COVID. It's been crazy. And we live in Columbia, South Carolina now. And I predominantly invest in Columbia. And it's not because I'm not interested in other markets. It's really because I don't need to go anywhere else. There's so much opportunity here in single family homes as well as mobile homes. And to give you a background, I've probably over the course of my life invested, flipped over 75 properties through my investment career. I've owned mobile home parks actually over in Aiken and Augusta areas, which we have sold. I'm still actively looking for parks, but I'm a little picky. That's a bigger, more time-consuming thing to take on. And like Stacy said, she likes to be very hands-off. I do too, not with the kids. I more so invest in the onesie twosies of the mobile homes. We buy mobile homes in other people's parks. We actually flip mobile homes on land. So we do a little bit of everything. So tonight I want to try to just give you an overview of some of the things you could be doing right now in today's market. Because of all of this, I believe mobile homes have always been amazing, but I believe they really are going to be for many different reasons. So I want to touch on the untapped market and why it's kind of an untapped market. And what are the main differences? Like I get that question a lot. It's like, okay, I came across a mobile home, but how do I analyze it? What do I need to do to rehab it in comparison to a single family home? What's the actual difference? What are some important relationships that are key to building in this business? And with mobile homes, like I believe we live in an environment where you should talk to everyone. And I feel like sometimes we don't, you know, we get in and I'm guilty of it. You know, you've got your phone here, you're in the grocery store, you're not making eye contact, you're on it, it's constantly in your hand. But what you'll find about the mobile home business is it's a very one-on-one hands-on business. So some of these important relationships you build, you need to really work at those because that's going to bring you more leads and really get you to where you need to be. And then the mobile home must knows. Like if I were to like break down maybe like 5 to 10 things that don't apply to single family homes that do apply to mobile homes, what do you actually need to look for? So my goal this evening is really the next time you come across a lead, you don't just bundle it up, chuck it to the side, and you have no clue what to do with it. You really give it a second glance, and you actually start to see that your mobile homes can be an intricate part of your business to add into your single family home investing. And they could actually make you a lot of money as a rental. You can wholesale them, you can rehab them, you can flip them. You can literally do everything you're currently doing with a lot of the same similar marketing, just geared towards mobile homes. So the mobile home market, why is it untapped, right? Like, why are people so against it? And I think it's, you know, with anything, it's just like when you tell your relatives, you know, hey, I'm investing in real estate. I'm super excited. You know, I can't wait to, you know, have your private money lent to me. What are the first things, you know, people say when you bring them an opportunity? Oh, well, when you do your first deal, come back and talk to me. You know, like lots of people have money. You think it's going to be easy to get all your private money lenders on board, but all of a sudden you find out nobody wants to lend to you, right? And especially family, because everything family does is they think of you as to what you've done in life that wasn't perfect. So that kind of sometimes works against you. So I think it's the fear of the unknown and the lack of education. The second thing I believe is just the negative image. So like when you guys think of a mobile home, I'm pretty sure, and you can comment in the chat box on this, you don't think about how beautiful they are, how they increase in value, how amazing they look. You probably think back to the ones that look like trailers, that look kind of trashy, you know, drug addicts, the rundown mobile home park on the corner. And I guess, you know, I was kind of similar before I came upon them in Florida. You know, when I grew up in Virginia, we literally had 3 major mobile home parks that I could think of. And one was next door, ironically, to my father's farm that we grew up on. And that was like a 150 unit mobile home park. And that was the nice one. That was like the rural country one. And then, you know, you had the one close to town that was really dicey and drug ridden and just really bad. Like you knew not to drive by there. And then you had another one that was just kind of middle of the road, lower income. So in everyone's minds, they just have a negative connotation. You know, when you turn on the cops, like Live PD, the show Cops, you see all of them going and doing drug busts. When you see a hurricane or a tornado go through, it always hits the mobile homes first, right? So like that's the thoughts people think about. And then I think also they get into it and they think, how do you get financing on them? I don't know how to buy them. I don't know how to finance them. So that must make them a bad asset. And then I know you guys hear this all the time. They're a depreciating asset. They're like a car, right? So like nobody wants to buy a depreciating asset. But on the flip side, is anyone telling you, hey, you might be able to buy a mobile home for $3,000 and rent it for $600 a month, right? So no one's putting that out there because they really don't know. So they just keep this negative going. Unsure how to estimate the repairs. That's a big one. So when people go into mobile homes and by just like a show of hands, how many of you have actually ever been in a mobile home? Has anybody actually walked one? I know somebody said they lived in one, they bought one, but I'm sure there's quite a bit of people that haven't walked through one. So when you haven't even walked through it, it's really hard to even evaluate what you do with it, because when you get in there, you see, and I see quite a bit of people have, so that's awesome. So I love that. So what's interesting is when you walk through the mobile home, it's like, okay, these things are off the ground. They have soft spots in the floor. I'm a little confused at like what I need to do. It looks like the floors are unlevel. Does that mean I need to do a foundation repair? You know, some of these have skirting, some have brick, some have a tin roof, some have shingles. So like, how do I estimate that? You know, is the workload going to be, you know, more than a house? Is it going to be less? Like, do I need to get an inspection? Do I need to pull permits? So I think like that uncertainty keeps people out. And the next one, and it was cool, I saw a lot of you have actually been in a mobile home. So that's awesome. Because that's one of my first things I tell people to do. Unsure how to value the home. I feel like this is a really confusing thing too, especially if you live in a very rural area or you're buying a mobile home in a park, because they are, you know, it's somewhat, if they're not attached to land, they really are a depreciating asset, and it's sold on a title like a car. So when you look at that aspect of the business, you're going, how can I value a mobile home in a park? That's like a car, right? So what can I sell that for? How much do I put in repairs? So that's a little confusing, which keeps people out of the game. And then the ones on land can be great, but a lot of these mobile homes you'll find are sold never on the MLS. So when you don't have those documented sales and you can't pull strategic comps, the thought is, how am I ever going to sell this to someone, and at what price can I sell that? And again, that comes down to a lot of marketing and valuing and seeing like what they're worth. Now, I tend to, and I'm going to show you 2 case studies of very recent mobile homes that I've done in the last couple months. I tend to buy homes on land that are attached and detitled, okay? And we'll talk a little more about that in a second. So they're considered real property, like a real house, like a single family home. And I come in and buy those in mobile home communities on like half-acre and acre lots. And the reason I do this, because then it's very easy to pull comps because I've got sales on the MLS. By like a show in the chat box, how many of you have ever even just done a pool of mobile homes for sale on the MLS? Have you ever had your agent do that by chance? Because I think that's big. I think a lot of people don't even realize that they're on the MLS and just sitting there. Okay, cool. Rachel says no. So I think this is something, if you got an agent, look, Lori, as an agent, I have not. So that's interesting. Like, here's an agent saying that, right? Because maybe you didn't know what to do with them. And you're going to find there's like a very niche market with agents that deal with mobile homes, and all the other agents, 9 times out of 10, will tell you to stay away from them. They'll say, oh, it's a mobile home lead, don't take it. Oh, it's on the MLS, it's garbage. So it's like this thought we have that, you know, they're just no good. So it's like, you know, you have real estate professionals telling you that too. So you start to believe it as an agent, which you're saying, you know, Lori, that's interesting. So I would recommend, first step, have your agents pull a list of what's on the MLS currently. And it's going to be interesting to see how long those houses have been sitting. Now, lack of education, we talked about, that's kind of hand in hand with the fear of the unknown. Because if you were to Google, like, and I even recommend do it, Google mobile home, manufactured home, and just see what pulls up. It's usually something not good always. It's like there was a murder at the mobile home park, right, in your local area. And it like already sets the tone for like, these are things I want to stay away from. But I bet if I were to kind of flip the script on you a little and say, hey, I know you have big lakes in Atlanta. We have a huge lake here in Columbia named Lake Murray. And if you get on Lake Murray, it's interesting. You will see $1 million home right next to a mobile home. And that mobile home used to be where the $1 million home was. And then what happened was somebody came in and bought the land, tore it down, and built a nice house. So have any of you been out on a lake and, you know, on Nice Lake and just been driving around on the boat and seen mobile homes sitting around the lake? That's valuable, valuable real estate. That's something you should be looking at because the land alone is worth the value. So that's kind of an option of what I do. I also target land with old dumpy mobile homes and remove the homes and either move a brand new home on it and sell it that way, or kind of go in and wholesale the land. So it's an option, which is really cool, that you can do with a lot of junky old mobile homes. The land is the value. So start kind of targeting that. And I really feel like because of the COVID that you're going to see a big influx of people. And some of you might feel like this. I know it's kind of taken me back to my roots of being on the farm. I've always loved living in the city and being in the middle of everything and being convenient. And now with this, it kind of makes you think like, oh, maybe I want a couple acres that I could like have a garden on and some animals and maybe a little mobile home, right? So this is, to me, going to be like a little bit of a trend. I think of people moving out. So I'm anxious to see in the next couple months with that kind of where the market shifts. Now, the untapped opportunity, now with the lack of education, I think brings tremendous opportunity, okay? So anytime people don't know or, you know, they have a confused mind, it always says no, right? Like when you'd ask your parents if you could do something growing up and they didn't know someone's friend, you know, his parents, or they didn't know what was going to happen, and you asked, can I go out and do this? What was their answer? No. Okay, they didn't even want to hear why. So I feel like the people that aren't willing to learn and think mobile homes are just not good aren't ever going to get into it. You're not going to sell them on it. It doesn't matter. And that's the lack of competition, which also is, you know, coming in and basically making it a great opportunity for you. The flexibility, and by flexibility is exactly what I talked about. Moving an old home off of a piece of land and putting a new one on. And I know I had a question, what is the cost to develop a lot? So that's a great question. So I like to target a pre-existing already because, you know, most of these are in my rural spots. So we're not going to get city sewer and water. It's going to be your well and septic you have to put on it. But if I can find a piece of land and it's just raw land, and we'll talk about county and city rules, if they'll allow me to put a mobile home on it, I can get that land up and running for about $10,000 here in South Carolina. So whatever the cost of land is, plus an additional 10 to get well and septic on it, to get, you know, it prepared to move a home onto. So that might be something you look at in your area and say like, okay, what are the costs? Because I know someone earlier was saying they're looking at developing a mobile home park, which is awesome. I get that question all the time. You know, I've got land, and sometimes I've got land that, you know, I'm looking at developing into a mobile home park. So I was taught when I went through with Lonnie Scruggs, it's much easier to buy a piece of land with a pre-existing mobile home park than to build. And the only reason that is, listen, if you've got deep pockets, absolutely, you can build the infrastructure and go in and do it, or you've got lenders lined up that know what you do. The problem is what you're finding a lot nowadays. We have 2 counties here, Richland and Lexington. Lexington County is still our more rural area, and they're very open to mobile homes. Richland County is locking down all of the mobile homes. So they're grandfathering in. So if you go and buy a piece of land with the old home and you try to move it or you try to develop on it, they're not allowing you to. So it's creating this environment that like now is becoming a little more difficult. And I tell people an old mobile home, you can fix up. It's essentially a 10 bucks. You can go in and gut that thing and make it whatever you want. So if it's grandfathered in, instead of looking at moving and doing, just come in and remodel and do the whole thing. And that could be a strategy. Somebody just asked, what does it cost you to develop a lot? Okay. And we have this in Atlanta and a lot of places, no more mobile homes, right? So like, and you'll also see like Stacy, it's interesting. You can drive, like, I don't know if I know Atlanta's like this. I don't even have to ask. It's all of the South. You're driving through like this really nice neighborhood, and like dead in the center of the neighborhood, you're like, there's like a 4-unit mobile home park. You're like, why is this in the middle of this? Well, it's in the middle of that because whoever owned that mobile home park owned all that land and then came in, and, you know, as the generations pass away, they start selling off the land, but they keep that. So it's interesting to see a lot of these are still there, but again, they're not letting you put them back. Now, I think a big one is the affordability. Huge. Mobile homes, guys, this is no joke. I've gotten mobile homes for free. I've gotten mobile homes for $500 that I still rent currently for $650 a month, you know, and they didn't even need that much work. There's just some motivation when someone needs a mobile home taken off their land. When they need it gone, it's basically saying, hey, just make an offer. I got to get rid of it. So it creates this affordable opportunity for someone that, you know, doesn't have a lot of money to get into investing. Like, I know everyone's talked about this. When you first get into investing, if you don't have your own money, we always say wholesale, use creative strategies, owner financing, all of this, which I completely agree with. But it also, like, as you're building and you're rehabbing, and especially in today's climate where we're kind of like, what is the market going to do? You know, is it going to slow down a little? Will prices drop? Maybe not immediately now. Inventory is very low. Things are still selling and moving. But I'm sure some of our mortgage people can tell us, as they have, things have tightened up. Things might change over the course of the year. So I feel like mobile homes now more than ever are an affordable option for anyone to get in. And I mean anyone, younger, older, lower income, higher income, not only affordability for you to buy, but affordability for people to live, which I think is huge. You know, you have a lot of baby boomers, I think, that are going to realize, you know, and they are, we want to travel more. We don't want to be stuck in our, you know, 3,000 square foot house, and we don't want to buy another house with a mortgage. We would rather maybe downsize to a new manufactured home that we can buy for 60 grand. And it puts us in a great position that we can use our retirement to travel and do what we want to do. So I think you're going to see some demographic pull on that, people gravitating towards that. You guys know tiny houses, they're the big hype. I basically am like, okay, a manufactured home kind of is a tiny home, just a little bit bigger. They're very similar. And there aren't as many loopholes with tiny homes. The financing is a little bit different and harder to get on, whereas mobile homes, contrary to belief, you can get financing on them and you can sell them to FHA buyers. So we'll talk about that a little bit. And the potential of the return on investment. It's crazy because the taxes are so low on mobile homes on land. And if you're buying a mobile home in a park, so if you don't own the park, but you're buying a home in someone's park and you're renting it, I have mobile homes where the taxes are $100 per year. I mean, it's crazy. You can't beat that. The insurance is a couple $100 for the year. So when I look at the cash flow for my houses versus my mobile homes, it's a no-brainer. I think at this point, we should all be diversifying in as many directions. You know, have a vacation rental, but for every vacation rental you have have a house that's lower income that has Section 8 on it, because that's a guaranteed. So if this doesn't perform, this one does. Buy a couple mobile homes, right? Diversify. And I think so many people put all their eggs in one basket, and it leaves them right now in a really bad position. Like, and I'm sure, you know, I hope this isn't any of you, but I know personal friends that have Airbnbs, and they bought it with looking at the numbers of only keeping it as an Airbnb. And the problem now is, guess what? Like, you can convert it even to a travel nurse or someone short term, but it's still not producing like an Airbnb. I know, I was one of those people, but thank goodness I bought low and always said, if I have to rent it, I can rent it. So you want to look at that. And Stacy just said, I live in a tiny house for exactly this reason. Less things and more experience. And Stacy, you know this. I mean, guys, I'll be 42 this year. I know I'm crazy. And if you please follow me on Facebook, if only to watch my children and how crazy and busy they are. We have 2 boys. They are nuts and all over the place. And for me, it's the experience of giving the life and taking them around. And you start to, as you get older, care less about the fancy stuff. I don't need a 5,000 square foot house. I don't need this. I'd rather just be happy with my husband, my kids, pick up and travel and go and have no worries. And I know, Stacy, that's basically what you do too. We talk about that a lot. It's lifestyle by design. And my lifestyle is simplistic. You know, my parents are getting older. So I know, having kids later in life, I'll be taking care of my parents and I'll be taking care of my children. So I'm in that sandwich generation, which I'm sure a lot of you are helping your kids out, whether it's with grandkids or you're taking care of your parents. And I think the mobile homes provide a great passive income for you to be able to do all of this and not work and have to rely on a job. They're a great supplement. And Wilson, to answer your question, you can Section 8 mobile homes, which is awesome. A lot of people don't know that. You'll go through your, Section 8 is different in every area. You're going to go through your rules of what they need you to do, right? Like in South Carolina, we have to have AC. Actually, we don't have to have AC, which is nuts. We're like in the hottest place on earth, but you have to have heat. You have to have a refrigerator, stove. But as long as every window opens and every socket works, you can Section 8 them. So again, if you're getting these for in a mobile home park or on land for pretty cheap, I mean, the numbers are great. Some of my return on investments, I'm making 18 to 20% on mobile homes, which is crazy. Like, I would never find that return on a house. And again, I have my single family homes because of the appreciation and the equity I can build. That's long-term, right? That's my retirement, but I need my immediate and I need a way to get in fast. So mobile homes have allowed that. So what's the difference between, a mobile home, a manufactured home, a modular home? I get this question all the time because I think people in their mind think a mobile home looks like trash or a trailer. That's why they call it a mobile home, but it's really not. And what's a manufactured home? So really, we should be calling them all pretty much nowadays manufactured homes. And the reason being is mobile homes you typically find in a park, but before a certain period of time in the 70s, which you can see on there, mobile homes didn't have a guideline standard. A mobile home, as well as a manufacturer and a modular, they're all built in a factory. They're factory built in a climate controlled factory. They're pieced together, and you've probably, I could say, passed them on the interstate, right? A double wides in sections. Then you have your triple wides and you have your single wides. So you'll see the different homes being transported and then they're placed on land. So when you think of a mobile home, they didn't really have a standard guideline. So they were just kind of thrown together. So that's back in the 70s. Now a manufactured home is basically the same thing, but after that point, it was built to HUD standards. So by a show of hands, or just a yes or no, if you've gone out and looked at a mobile home, especially one that is like a nicer attached to a piece of land, have you ever noticed on the side of the home, it's like the left or right side and the front and back, there is a plate, especially if it's a double wide. It's like a little square HUD plate. And it should be red, but half the time it's faded out because the house is old. But it says this meets the HUD criteria and standard. And because of that, those houses and manufactured homes, you can sell to now an USDA, FHA, and conventional buyer, okay? So that's awesome because you can flip them if they're attached to land, just like you can a house. So there's this great strategy that allows you to be in for a lot less. So if you're looking at a manufactured home that's attached to land, you always want to make sure that HUD plate is on the home. okay? Because if it is, then you can resell it for financing. Don't remove the plates. If the plate was removed, it's not a big issue. You can call HUD and you can get them to send you out another one, but it can be a little bit of, a pain, especially with everything going on now. It's really hard to get anyone on the phone to get anything done. And the utility connections have to be inspected, just like a house. So again, it's like to that standard level, and they're built very well. Like, I will suggest go out to a mobile home lot and look at some of the new mobile homes. If you haven't been in one in the last couple of years, go. You'll be astonished. They are nicer than most of the houses that we're rehabbing. And they're built to a standard that, like, literally once you get inside, you have no clue you're in a manufactured home. You're almost like, I'm in this really nice house, and you wouldn't even know it until you went outside. And I try to do a good job of making my mobile homes look as close to houses as possible on the inside. Now, if I'm renting them, different story. I keep the same mobile home cabinets. I keep it still, kind of looking the same way, slap some paint on, freshen it up. But if I'm flipping them, my goal is to have someone walk into that house and go, wow, I didn't even know I was in a manufactured home. This is like a real house. But I also price them at a fraction of the cost of a single family home. So that allows me to move them very quickly. So a modular home is different, and you've probably seen modular home dealers. That's like a real house, right? So they have it in pieces, and a real contractor comes in and puts the house together. And that is basically the same standards as a stick-built home. So it goes through the same guidelines. A code inspector has to go and improve. And they use comparables for a modular home compared to a stick-built. So I've actually got a student in North Carolina outside of Asheville that I've coached that's doing modular homes on land, and he is killing it. So he has all the baby boomers, retiring and moving down, and it's been a great model for him. So that's a whole different avenue that I've never even gotten into. It's something, we talk about exploring, and like maybe on the lake and doing like nice houses, because I feel like you could sell those. And again, people can get financing on them. So it opens this great opportunity. Now, most of the trailer-ish mobile homes you've seen are single wide. And that just means it's one piece, right? So they're built in the factory, 18 by 90, right? That's the width by the length. A 14 by 80 is very common. You're gonna see a lot of the bigger, older mobile homes are the larger ones, and those are considered single wides. Now, if I'm renting them and even flipping them, I stick to the same standards of basically the same I do with houses, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, okay? Now, if I have rentals, I do have 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and those rent very well. However, I like to always get my best return on investment. What's the cost of putting modular homes on a lot? Somebody asked Wilson, I'm sorry, is the cost of putting modular homes on a lot less expensive? So you're talking about like in a mobile home park or actually a piece of land? Answer that for me and I can let you know. Now, a double wide, putting it on land. Okay, is the cost of putting a modular home on a lot less expensive on land? It can be, but it can also be expensive. It all depends on your area, right? So you need to go to anytime I tell anyone, if you're looking at a modular or manufactured, you need to go straight to the supplier. You need to talk to them. You need to see what they have and see how much they cost, because that's a big factor. What can you buy them for? Because you might find in some areas, well, shoot, I can get a house 50 cents on the dollar. It makes way more sense to go in and buy a house and just remodel it, but maybe not. Maybe the modular homes are 70, 80,000. And if you can get your land for 15, 20, but you can sell it for 160, that model might make sense. So again, it goes back down to the numbers. Do you rent or owner finance? I do both. So I rent, I owner finance, I lease option. I'll talk about that in just a minute. The larger double wides, those are 2 pieces, okay? So like you'll see those on the interstate being delivered, and at the mobile home dealerships, they're 2 individual pieces put together with a beam across the top that's held together. So those are typically larger, and they're gonna have 2 of the VIN numbers and 2 of the HUD tags on them. And a lot of people ask, where do I find like the details of a mobile home if I'm buying it in a park? Because if you're buying a mobile home in a park, it's actually sold on a title like a car. So you have to make sure the VIN number of that title and the VIN number of that mobile home match. So you can typically find it in the electrical box. And then you can also find it, if that's not there, you can find it in the mobile home original kitchen cabinets. But if someone has fully gut the cabinets, you're in trouble because it's not there. You're actually going to find it in the master bedroom closet. There's like a listing of all the details in the bed number, okay? Somebody asked, where do you go to get the stuff you need to fix one? Ooh, I'm going to talk about that. That is a great question, Philip. Very good question. Okay, so the mobile home must-knows. Let's touch on that. HUD tag we talked about. Now, is the home real property or chattel? And you're probably going like, what the heck does that mean? So real property is meaning it's just like a house. So if you see a mobile home on land, then you can pull the tax record, and that mobile home has been affixed to the piece of land and it is sold on a deed, it is now real property. That is considered a real house, okay? So that's completely different. A chattel is considered a mobile home in a park or on a piece of land that has not been detitled. So a good like indicator on a chattel is if you see the mobile home and there's like the triangle in the front and the wheels on the bottom and none of that's been removed, that's going to be just the mobile home, okay? That's not going to be real property. If it's attached to real property, you're usually going to see it has a brick foundation built around it. And just to let you guys know something, that brick foundation is not a foundation like a house. That home does not have to have that foundation to survive. If you took that off, the home would still be set, because there's actual beams and tie downs and piers they put underneath once they remove everything from it. So you can even look under the house to see, like, are there wheels on it? Has all that been removed? Okay, great. Then that's a piece of real property. If all that's still on it and it's in a mobile home park, 9 times out of 10, it's just the home you're buying, not the land. And that's financed differently, because if you're buying a mobile home in a park, there's something called a chattel loan that you can get, and that's a high interest loan on just the home. Okay. The real property is where you can flip it, sell it with FHA financing. How to pull the value or pull comps. Again, like I talked about, I try to stick in the mobile home communities. I'm going to pull comps like I would anything. On the 2 case studies, I'll show you exactly how I pulled them. Okay. Materials used. So I got asked that, where do I find the stuff to fix up a mobile home? Okay. Good question, Philip, because what you're going to find is a lot of times if you go to Lowe's or Home Depot, the doors are going to be too big, the windows aren't going to be proper. So you need to find a mobile home supply store. And you can usually just Google your area. So like if I Google Columbia, South Carolina, mobile home supplier, it's going to pull up. And it's usually a very small warehouse, and it's usually a private owner that owns it. Okay. And those people are super connected. So we'll talk about that when we talk about making connections. But that's where you're going to buy your windows, your doors, any replacements you need. Now, when I'm like rehabbing them for a rental, that's where I'm buying my stuff. When I'm rehabbing is like a house, I'm buying that stuff at Lowe's. So we'll kind of get into that. But you're going to find like bathtubs are a completely different size in a mobile home than they are sold at Lowe's and Home Depot. You can't even buy those because if you do, they won't fit. So you have to buy them at those suppliers. Materials used, local county rules and regulations, always check no matter what. If you want to do something, if you need to pull a permit to remodel it, just like you do for your single family homes, you're going to find most of the time you do not for your mobile homes, but you need to find out what your county rules and regulations are. That can be a deal killer. So like there's a gentleman in our area I came across that bought a mobile home park, and it had a bunch of older homes in it. And this was in Richland County. He thought he was going to pull out all the old homes. He thought he was going to go in and put brand new homes, and then he was going to owner finance them or sell them. He pulled out all the homes without consulting the county, only to find out that they would not let him move new homes in. The old homes were grandfathered. So now he was stuck with a big piece of land that did not produce. What an awful problem to find out. And you really want to go in and talk to the local county that deals with the mobile home division, because those guys know everyone and everything. So they know all the mobile home park owners. They know, where all the deals are. So they're just great relationships to build. Financing to sell. And the buying paperwork. So buying paperwork, again, if a home is on the land, that is going to be done through an attorney or title company, okay? Because you're buying and selling that way. If it's in a mobile home park and it's attached to a title, like a car, you're typically, now some states are different, California is different, I believe Delaware and Texas operate differently, but you go to the DMV. Like, so in South Carolina, I have something called a bill of sale, and I take that bill of sale and I take that title, and if I'm buying it from someone or selling, I fill out all the information and I go exchange everything at the DMV. So weird process. It's a little confusing to people, but just for the home, that's what it is. Law asked, how do I market for mobile homes? The same way I do for single family homes, you know, bandit signs. And I'll talk about relationships I build that can help market too in just a minute. And should you use experienced mobile home contractors, or generally a good contractor will do it? That was a question from BB. Okay. This is what I love most importantly about mobile homes, especially with this pandemic going on. This is big. So I heard someone mention earlier, and we're having this issue too, because we have some houses we're renovating right now, that a lot of the local county offices are shut down. So when you're looking to get permitting and you're looking to get this pulled and you're looking to have somebody come out and inspect it, it's a big deal, because now that's holding up all of your everything from moving forward. On mobile homes, it's completely different. I don't need to pull permits when I'm doing a mobile home here, which is awesome. So I can just get in and renovate and do my thing, and I don't have to keep checking in. Now, I always want to use someone that's licensed and insured. It's just at what level. So mobile homes, I'm typically using a licensed handyman. I don't need a GC necessarily, because even though it's a renovation, it's not a full on, I'm not moving walls and taking things out. I'm mostly moving cabinets too, and you'll see in one of the ones I did, I'm mostly taking out cabinets and putting in new ones to create more space in an open floor plan. So when you're looking at load bearing walls and that, you're not going to have that in the mobile home, which is awesome. So it makes it much easier. Key relationships. Now, this is huge. If you're going to work in a park, okay, if you're going to be just buying individual homes, I cannot enforce this enough. Don't just go buy them, because you might screw yourself, pardon my French, but you will. You need to talk to the park manager or owner and ask them if they will work with you as an investor in their park. Because if you're looking to buy and keep them as rentals, that park might not allow rentals. They might only allow owner occupied. And you usually have to go through a process of you going through and getting a background check done. They don't really care about credit, but they're going to check your background because you're buying in their park. And then when you go to sell that to someone, whether you're flipping it or owner financing, if they let you do that, then they're going to background check that person too. So that could be a great strategy if you're going to rent or do. The problem is if you don't clear that through them and you just go and buy and you say, hey, you know, and we've all done this. I know I flip houses, right? You're buying, you know, from the neighbor, and the neighbor's like, oh, are you going to live here? And they're like super excited. And you're like, oh, no, we're just remodeling it and then we're going to sell it. And then sometimes they're going, oh, you're one of those, you know, right? So the mobile home park is the same way. Oh, you're an investor and this is what you're going to do in my park. A lot of the managers are gatekeepers. They don't want you in there because they think you're taking away their job. So it's good to get in good with them. Mobile home movers, that's big. They're really busy. How many of you guys have heard of Clayton Homes? They're one of the big mobile home, like they're the biggest probably mobile home name in the business. Clayton Homes, okay, yep, Rachel says yes, and you've probably seen them and you've probably seen their dealership. It's interesting. Clayton Homes has a model that works for them. They have land, and then of course they have brand new homes that they put on the land and they sell people and do that way. And they have usually like one or two mobile home movers that they specifically work with. There's a lot of mobile home movers in the area, but again, that doesn't, just like contractors, that doesn't mean, you know, one is good, one is bad. You have to really talk to each, make sure they're insured, make sure they're pulling licenses, doing all the proper stuff they should. And mobile home movers are important because what are they doing, guys, all the time? They're moving mobile homes. So they know people getting rid of homes. They know people that need to sell. So they could be a possible marketing lead. So when we're talking about marketing, mobile home movers is one I connect with. Mobile home dealers, Clayton Homes, great one. So if my model is to, yeah, so there we go. The mobile home movers are always backed up. They are so backed up. I saw someone comment that. And they're also not only super backed up, but like they'll never call you back. You'll call them, leave 25 messages. So like we've got a guy, Tony, he moves for Clayton Homes here, but we formed a really great relationship with him. And you've got to get in good with them because, you know, if you're looking to do the model of land and moving a home, guess what? If you don't have a mover, you're stuck and you're at the mercy of only so many. Now, I will tell you this, those mobile home supply stores, usually they have a connection to a mobile home mover or they are one. And it's awesome because you can connect to them and they can indirectly get you through. So I go into those mobile home dealer suppliers and make best friends. That's one of my key relationships with the owner because they know everyone and anyone. Like the one I buy from in Lexington County, I literally went in there the other day and he said, listen, I got a triple wide that I'm pulling off land now. You think you'd be interested in it? Because what's interesting is even though these guys own a supply store and they buy mobile homes and they have them, they don't understand the financing part. Like they're uneducated on the investor forefront, but they know all the other stuff. So they're like, you buy mobile homes? Well, how are you selling them? That's what they always ask me. So it's like, I've got this knowledge base and I've learned what they don't know, but yet they have all the connections. It's crazy. Like they could be doing this. Mobile home inspectors, just like on houses, you want to connect with those people because they also have a lot of deals. And brick masons. So when you see the brick bottom of a home, and I'll show you one that was skirted that we kind of, went back in and brick bottomed that. Brick masons know a lot of people too, and a lot of sellers. S. Oliver asked, do you need a mobile home dealer license to wholesale buy or flip? Kind of like car dealers are licensed. Great question. Yes, depending on what you do. Every state is different. If you are buying like you are in a park and you're flipping those homes, right? And you're doing it, and there's ways around this like everything, guys, right? So if you're doing so many transactions in your state and you need to check within your state, you do need a license to do that. Absolutely. I think South Carolina is more than 2. Now, if you were to buy a home in one entity and then start another entity and buy, right? And you're doing it in different entities, are you really like counteracting that rule? That's something you want to talk to them about and see. If you're buying homes attached to land that are real property, you can do as many as you want. Okay. Because that doesn't count as a chattel, a piece of real estate like a car. That's actually a whole real investment. And can you flip actual mobile home? Yes, you can flip mobile homes. And I'm going to show you actually. And I want to talk about like briefly, because I know like I've covered so much and I know I only have an hour, but you can wholesale. I talk about the 6 strategies: wholesaling, owner financing, rehab and flip, buy and hold as a rental, land swap. That's where, we take an old home on a piece of land and then move a new home on, do that as well, and sell to investors. So I've even done strategies where I target investors that maybe can't buy cheap rental properties in their area, right? So like your bigger markets, California, New York, or they just don't have the opportunity. New Jersey, they have mobile homes, but it's only in parks, not on land. So I'll go in and basically say, what is the return on investment you're looking for? I'll find and target homes, and then I'll basically go in, get them ready, right? So I could either sell them as is, right? And they could put the money in to fix it up, or I could have like a turnkey rental system. So, hey, here's my turnkey mobile home. So I might only be 6,000, 7,000 in, but because of the return on investment, I can sell it to them for 13,000 or 14,000, right? So this is a good strategy for like your cash buyers. And these are the same people you're selling your homes all cash to, right? So it's the same thing, just a different strategy, which is awesome. So these people are out there looking for opportunity. And a lot of people, like I have an investor I work with in Colorado who a mutual friend knows I invest in mobile homes. He says, look, I do nothing with that. I don't know that. Call Christy. So he calls me and he says, listen, I've got vacation rentals, I've got high-end homes, but I'm like really interested in mobile homes. And I said, okay, awesome. What do you want to invest? And he said, X amount of dollars. I said, great. For that amount, I can get you this that will return this, right? So basically we found a mobile home, sold it to him. He's making a 13% return on investment and he's happy as can be. And he bought it for $15,000, guys. So it's crazy. It's actually in a park. He pays lot rent, but he's cash flowing, I think around like $350 a month on a mobile home after everything's paid out, and property management. So it's a cool strategy, and he's only 15K in. So it's like, that'll be paid off in just a couple of years, right? So it's, like I said, diversify and just have options. Now, when you asked about flipping a mobile home, I want to kind of wrap this up in the sense of just showing you the one strategy, because I can't show them all, of just properties on the MLS, properties that are real property. Now, you have to identify in your area. And I know earlier, some people on this chat and in the South Atlanta area already do mortgages. So like maybe connect with them and see if they know anything about mobile home financing and like Fannie Mae and USDA loans and all that. Because when you're buying, you want to make sure that these homes you can actually sell. You know, some you might be able to sell for cash, but you want to make sure you can sell them to a buyer that can get financing. That's big, right? Now, when I'm buying them, just because I know this is probably something in your head, like, how are you financing these? Like, how are you buying them? Because mobile homes aren't as easy to finance. You're right. Hard money lenders will not lend on mobile homes. They don't get them. They don't like the product. That's okay. I use all private money, and I use resources of funds that I have or ways I built, or I do creative financing. And again, because everyone can't buy mobile homes or doesn't want them, it's a great strategy for owner financing. So this property was one I found on the MLS. And when you see this, you're going to go, ding, this makes sense. This property was listed on the MLS for $50,000. I automatically knew when I looked at this property what had happened, because I've rehabbed so much property and come across so much stuff. I knew it was a tired landlord, and it almost looked like the name of the person was like a name, and I could tell it was someone who was older just by the name. And I was like, you know what? I bet she bought this house as a rental, or she bought this house for like her kids. She did. She bought it for her granddaughter. She paid cash for it. She paid, I want to say like $65,000 for it, all cash. Let her granddaughter move in. Her granddaughter trashed it, didn't want to live there. And she said, I'm going to list it on the MLS and sell it. It was listed on the MLS for $50,000. So anybody could have gotten this deal, guys. I purchased it for $37,000. Okay. I made an offer. We went back and forth, got it under contract for $37,000. My renovation budget, and I succeeded, and was right around $30,000. And it's currently under contract to close June 5th during this pandemic and all this craziness with a conventional loan. I have a buyer at 104.9, which is awesome. So that was a great, easy. And that was like, this one I held a little bit longer. I bought it right after like the Christmas holiday. Days on market were like 30 days in that area, but I'll still make around 20 grand on this. And that was an easy flip that I didn't even go out and see. Some of you guys are flipping houses where you're making 30, 35 grand. A mobile home's way faster, and the profits are amazing. And you can see the before and after. So like that's the kitchen after, guys. And I use Lowe's in-stock cabinets and laminate flooring. That's the before, literally walking in. Do I notice the rehab budgets are smaller with mobile homes? Yes. A full renovation on double wides is anywhere from 30 to 35,000, Stacy. So I'm noticing it's way smaller. And as you can see, I'm just using Lowe's cabinets, right? Going in there, making it look like a house. The cool part is the house, there's a whole housing subdivision of brand new homes being built right behind this for 150,000 plus. So why would you not want to live in this mobile home that looks just like a house? So it just makes sense. Now, this next one was also on the MLS. Ironically, one of my best friends had it listed. I called him and I said, Jesse, what's up with this house? He said, it's gross. It smells like cat pee. I was like, perfect. Let's go look at it. So it's in an area with a really good school district. He couldn't tell me, right? Because he's an agent. He has a fiduciary responsibility to his client. He couldn't tell me the exact price, but he said he'll take somewhere around 50,000, probably. That's his payoff. Done. Now this house, and you can see I spent about the same renovation, about 30,000. It's currently on the market. It went on the market yesterday. And just to tell you this, I wrote it down. One day on the market, we have on Zillow 1,193 views, and we have 78 saves already. And we've had showings already. So I feel like this one will go fast. It's in a good school district. This is the house before, and it did smell like cat pee, guys. And this is it after. So you can see how awesome that looks. And this literally was a 2-month and like 1 week turnaround. No permitting, no nothing. Can you believe they put carpet around these mobile homes? That blows my mind, in the master bathroom. But that's the after. How did I get the cat pee out? Oh man, do I have a history of cat pee. What's good about these mobile homes, guys, the underneath the house is so open. Sometimes the smell goes below, but I use the urine spray in there that got it off. And I used just paint to seal the walls and the floor, and it got the bulk of the smell out. So it's really not that bad anymore. I couldn't believe it, because cat urine is bad. But as you can see in the top picture, I used brick underpinning, and I had that done by a brick mason. The bottom was skirting. Now, the reason I put this underpinning on it, and this is important, it looks more appealing, right? Number one. And also it allows you to get better financing on the home when you have a brick bottom on it. So those are things to look at with the financing on the back end to sell. That was one of the things I knew with that. So I had included that in budget. But this was like, you know, roof. Okay, so guys, I did this in like 2 months, like literally. The brick underpinning, the roof, the AC unit, and gut the whole thing. And that's how fast it went, which was so cool. And a cheap rehab. So it's like really easy for a lot of people to get in, which I love. So I think our time's about up. So I just want to say thank you. Did you guys have fun? Did you learn a little bit on here? Comment yes if you did. Hopefully now you're not going to throw those leads to the side. You know, you're going to have an opportunity to know what to do with them now. And I feel like, again, right now the opportunity is huge. I feel like it's crazy, guys. I literally in 2008 and 9 said, I'm going to write a course. I want to teach people about mobile homes. And it has taken me this long because I got married, had kids, life got in the way. And then COVID hit. And I was like, maybe this is like God's way of telling me now is the time, because literally it's the most affordable housing. And I think it's going to be huge. It's been building momentum. And I really think it is, you know, now. So, what I'm going to do, and this was cool, and I talked to Stacy about this. I've been filming my course. I was hoping to have it done by the time I did this, and this really put the gas to the pedal when I knew I was speaking here, and I was hoping to speak live, but this even worked out awesome. I went in and I decided I was going to create a course called the Mobile Home Course, and it was going to go through an online training, also like a closed Facebook group. I'm going to be doing webinars. Like I really want to build this out because I think this is the most affordable way and people should add this on. So Stacy included a link down there. I'm going to be launching it. Hopefully on June 1st is my go date. They're editing everything right now. Stacy put a link in the chat room that takes to the course. And actually when that's up and running, you guys will know, but you can go there and check out everything on my website. And I wanted to make it affordable because I feel like mobile homes are affordable. And we're in a time now where, guys, I've invested a lot in my education. I'm okay with that. But I want people to be able to do this and be successful at it. So I'm launching it to you guys as part of the South Atlanta RIA for $199. So that's a walkthrough of what to do. It's going to have forms. It's going to have checklists. It's going to have documents and everything on it to help you get started in this. So thank you.
So real fast. So we'll answer some quick questions, but essentially what she did, just so y'all know, is that she created a link that you guys can go and you can pre-order the course if you want to pre-order it, right? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
And then you can pre-order, and then as soon as it comes out, then you can just have the course. It'll be available. What's the price regularly if you don't use my link?
So that's a great question. We've been kind of like toying around because I feel like there's so much value. You know, I don't want to like even put a price on, but I think it's going to be in the upwards closer to like 1,000. Like once I get everything up and running, like the initial launch after this might be like $499. But once I start adding more podcast webinars, time spent in it, it's going to go up.
I mean, honestly, I think it's worth $1,000.
Oh my gosh, me too. I'm just like, yes, I really do. And I'm just excited because I want people to get in. And Stacy, I'm so grateful like that you had me on here. And it was like everything kind of aligned. And I was just like, you know, people are sick of, you know, just the BS and then this, and they want something that they can do, and they want a happy life, and they want to spend time with their family. And now they're home and experiencing that. And it's really going to suck when, guess what? You have to go back to work. And now that's all ended. And I think this is an opportunity to get a couple, even if you get 1 or 2 mobile homes and that pays a bill, or it allows you to go on an extra vacation, awesome. But I think it's really a great business.
I love it. And you know what? I love, like, when I saw the rehabbing, because I'm like, you know, I'm a rehabber, right? So like, I'm like, and I love, like, I love cheap rehabs.
Me too. I was like, this is right up your alley.
I don't like big rehabs. I just don't. So I'm like, I'm thinking, oh my God, I can go out and buy a house for like 30, 40 grand and rehab it and sell it for 125,000.
When you're like, oh, I like cheap rehabs. I'm like, me too. And I like quick rehabs, and I don't like to be held up with permitting, and I don't like the logistics of going through that. And I don't like that I have to rely on this G with all their subs. I can actually manage this.
Yes, the permitting. I think the permitting is key too, because that's, I mean, huge thing in Atlanta right now. Like you can't even get permits right now. I mean,
correct.
Yeah.
And I think even just like with your storage units, that's such like a married business, because when I learned about mobile homes, I started learning about storage units, but I didn't go that direction because I felt like just mobile homes for some reason spoke to me because I was flipping. But knowing that you're doing that, I'm like, guys, if you had a small mobile home park and you built up to that, you could build a storage unit right outside of the mobile home park, and you could have dual income, which is where you probably find some of yours, you know?
Now you're cooking. Now you're cooking. But yes, I think you did an excellent job. You did a great job. Everybody's excited. So essentially I'm telling you that I talked to Christy about like 5-6 months ago. And I was like, you have to have your course done now.
And I was like, I'm trying. I was like, you see my children, don't you? And then COVID hits, and here I am, like, you know, wrestling the kids to learn and like writing my course.
Yeah, which no worries, I totally get. But like essentially, so she's going to sell it, and I honestly feel like it'd be worth at least $1,000 this course. So for $199, and I think there's some people are saying that they're having a hard time, like they can't pay or something. So I think I'll send out the link to everybody, and then you can go in and maybe tweak, because I know y'all are working on it anyways.
Yes, absolutely. And my husband is the brains behind all the online stuff. So we can talk to him and that link. And just what happens is also when you go to that, and when we do launch it, Stacy can then send out, and I'll know, obviously you guys were on here and part of that, and it will be fine. So no worries.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to make it available to Southland area members. That's
awesome.
it. So like members will get the price for $199.
Awesome.
You can't get it now. Make sure you have the link, because that is my link. So just save that link, and then as soon as they fix everything, I'll post out to all the members. I'll post out to all the people that were on this meeting, and just let everybody know, like, okay, now you can go in and buy this, and then it'll come out at the end of the month. And as soon as it comes out, then everybody can just start watching all the videos and doing everything and stuff.
Yeah. And my hubby said that right now there's no like prepay, click to pay, just hang tight. Like, it's cool. It's coming. Okay. Like, I'm not even worried about like, okay, I mean, I feel like it's, yes, exactly.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So we'll figure it out. No worries. Cause I know we just were working on it all for the past couple of days.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys, do you have any questions for her? Cause I think honestly, I'm telling you guys that this is smart, what she's doing. She is a very, very smart cookie here. All right. So, and she does all different types of investing, but I think the mobile homes is going to be really smart. So hopefully I'll invest. Anybody have any questions? In the Georgia MLS, choose single family detached and style, and you will find manufactured homes. Okay, good. So Christy's telling everybody how to go. I mean, so I think everybody's going to be going to Georgia and looking on. I never looked up mobile homes on Georgia.
No, and when you do, you're like, why is this sitting here? I'm so confused. And I do it just periodically, like every week. I tell Haley, my agent, hey, Haley, pull some mobile homes in this zip code. And I'll like rotate zip codes just to see what's popped up. So it's like, interesting.
Yeah. Somebody's asking, manufactured is the same as mobile?
It is. So some people kind of call every type of home a mobile home because they just know it. They don't know what a manufactured home is. But if it's a manufactured home, if it's built after that year that I put in there, and you guys wrote that down, let me see on here. Hold on, let's see.
Yeah, and while she's looking, a lot of people are asking about coaching. So essentially what's going to happen is that when you pay the $199, you're going to get into her funnel. So if you want coaching or anything like that, she will be able to contact you and do that as well too, okay?
Exactly. And my hopes are, Peter, like I do, because I feel like coaching, it's easy to sell a course and then to go do it. But like, let's be real. Like, I mean, I've read a million books and things on everything. Unless you're highly motivated, you still have questions. So I do want to form some sort of coaching, and I'm trying to now, do I want to do like a group coaching format? Like, what's going to be most beneficial? Or do I do like a hands-on too? Hey, come over to South Carolina and we got a boot camp where you come. I want to grow to that so you can see like what to do, because I feel like education is important. If you don't, you lose money.
I love it. Nope, I think you're doing great. Let's see what else. Instagram or Facebook?
Yes. So right now you can add me on Facebook, Christy Duckett.
Facebook person.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I'm on Instagram too, actually.
Okay.
I think it's under Duckett Harris. I can Stacy. Noah has like our business one, but we're so funny, guys. Like if you add me on Facebook, you're gonna be like, this girl puts her kids on here all the time, but that is my life. This is why I do it. I watch my parents work so hard that I'm like, all we do is have fun. I'm like, I just need to support our fun habit of like my kids thinking life is amazing and this is what it's all about. And if I've done that, my job is done. So.
Okay, Peter saying, do you know about La Costa Mobile Home Park in Lovejoy? No, why? What's going on with that, Peter? Tell us what's about that.
Oh,
Richard's asking, so is there anything to see right now? But we'll be in June. Yeah, so the course is not done right now. The course will be done in the 1st of June. The course
is done.
It's very close.
Yeah,
it's very close.
Filmed my editing guy because I was like, I could slap something together really quick, right, and teach. But I was like, as I upload more education on that, but I wanted like a really formal, great education. So I actually had a local guy that films do it all because I really wanted it to be good and create value in it. And so you understood all the steps. So it is now in the process of being edited and done.
Yeah. And honestly, you guys do not know, but putting a course together is a lot of work.
I thought being a mom at 42 is exhausting, but it is really.
Okay, good. Do you need permitting when the mobile home is on land? You don't need permitting when the mobile home is on land either.
Yes. So most of the time not, because you're really just going in and doing like a basic, paint on the walls, flooring. So a lot of that now in your county, they might say like over X amount of dollars, you have to have permitting. Now, if I'm doing electrical guys and plumbing, I still use a licensed plumber and electrician, right? Because I just don't want any issues with that on the back end. If you're going out and you're building, a structure on the outside. I saw someone say, oh, you should have wrapped that brick around the porch. I really wanted to do that, but it wasn't in budget and I knew it would sell.
That looked so nice when you did. They showed that like that looks, but that makes the house look so much better.
So much better. And
so
you can
smart.
Brick around porch around the base. I think
it was awesome.
Let me tell you, that looks beautiful. It just wasn't in the budget, but like, now learning, which is great, these things that I can share with you of how much does brick typically cost to do, you can say, okay, I need to negotiate lower if I want to do that. In that house, I knew it would sell no matter what. So it really didn't matter. It was like, this is going to sell like a hot cake. It's, 125 grand. It's in a Lexington one school district. It's going to fly off the market.
Yeah. And I think what's key right now too, is like everybody's always I just literally did a rehab. I mean, I did a webinar on Monday. Can we rehab in this market? Basically, that's the question right now. Should you be rehabbing right now?
Right.
I'm telling you, if it's at that price point, you will be just fine.
Well, that's it, because it's affordable. And I think the stigma was always like, oh, mobile homes. But like, it's funny because I had my agent like put it up and swap pictures. So I had her put the kitchen, like, usually you put the exterior of the home first. I had her specifically put the kitchen. So people would see that. And then as they scroll, they get to the end, they're like, oh crap, it's a mobile home. But they're like, oh my gosh, this looks like an amazing house. Like, so they would go see it and consider it.
Yeah, that's smart. Very smart.
Reverse. And we also like learned certain strategies. Like I'll give you a ninja tip. Like when my agent took the picture of the outside, it has a really like half acre, a big yard. She originally took it pretty up close to show like the house is beautiful. And I said, no. People buying mobile homes want to see land. Step back, take the full front yard and the full backyard to how big it is, because people don't buy mobile homes to be on top of someone. They want to be out. And as soon as we did that, boom, it went under contract the next day. I was like, see, so it's just little things that we've learned.
I love it. Okay, when searching for mobile home deals on the MLS, which option do you select? Oh, somebody already answered that, so that's good. Okay, the button's not working. $1,000, great price, affordable. I love manufactured home parks. What else? Great job, excellent class.
Oh, Yvonne, reason for putting carpet in. Oh no, there wasn't carpet in the bathroom. That was the person before, but we redid it, right? So like why they put carpet in the bathroom, I don't know. That was literally, this is like a 1998 or 97 or 8 model. That was popular then. I have no clue why, guys. Why would you put carpet outside of a tub? To absorb water.
Oh, no, I see that all the time. I don't understand why they did that. Yeah.
Or in the bathroom, you do have houses too. Yeah, it's very weird. So.
Yeah. Well, that's good. So, okay, so everybody now, so you have now Christy's link, so you can order it. I'll let you know when the link works. Everybody can order it. And then also, don't forget that Mike has Mobile Home Madness. So in the next couple of months, you'll have that as well too. So then all you mobile home people, y'all can get together and
I'm so excited. I was like, yeah, another mobile home person. I got to connect with him. I was like, that's amazing. So I feel like people are getting it now, which is awesome to see.
Yeah. So I really think this is a very timely presentation for what's coming in the next couple of months.
Awesome. Well, I want to thank you guys and so much for allowing me to be on here. It's been awesome. And I look forward to, I want to come to one of your meetups when we can actually come back out again. So
come and hang out. We'll figure out sometime we can meet up. Maybe we'll take Lillian and all the, you're exactly the same age as me. And we have the same age kid.
Isn't that crazy?
We need that's what we need to get together and play and then we can drink some wine together.
I love that. The red wine.
Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, everybody, that's a wrap. All right. So I appreciate everything. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for hanging out with us. And and Mike says his are ages, his are the same too. But you drink tequila or whatever you were drinking.
I do too. I drink I
drink that too.
And I'm at 42. I'll drink anything to get me through.
That's awesome. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right. Thank you guys. Have a good night. I appreciate it. You did a great job and we'll be in touch. Okay. I'll talk to you soon.
Awesome. Thank you again, Stacy.
Thank you. All right. Bye guys. Thank you.